in the court now where time stood still. Generations pass on the hill, prosecutors come and go, defense attorneys putting on a show. Old district attorney thought she was tight, came in to visit her tonight. They said justice was blinded by her sins. As the trial spun, no one wins. Endless trial like a river flows. Truth and lies, nobody knows. Corruption, strict tight as a vice. In this endless trial, we pay the price.
Heyo, folks, and welcome back. Yeah, it is Groundhog Day. It is Groundhog Day. Well, yesterday, should have started at 9. Didn't start at 9. And then in the afternoon, there was a plea deal. Mr. Nichols took a plea deal. Now, of course, the state tried to inject a lot of facts as if he admitted to them. And then Mr. Harvey said, no, we are admitting to 2 counts of drug distribution with a person that is unnamed, an unindicted some person that apparently is not connected to the YSL. And that is the only thing. Everything else vehemently denied, which took the prosecution quite by surprise. What? You can do that? Well, Mr. Harvey could. And that's the difference between the other plea deal lawyers, with the exception of Miss Merchant. That's the difference between good lawyers and the rest. There were rumors today that the court would be back around noon. So, okay, that fits my schedule. So, here I am. Noon Eastern Standard Time. It is 5 p.m. my time. And, well, so far, nothing. Nada. Except that Steve Keith gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you. Uncle Danny, LTO Uxer, Sunflower Beth, Ashley Rush, and Breaking It Down with B was gifted membership by Steve Keith. Thank you so much. Oh, I forgot to put the banner up. Dun, dun, dun. There, let's see here. New members 5. That's a great start. And here's the banner. Rumors was also that the jury would be back today to continue. That would mean, at least to me, my interpretation is that Mr. Nichols' plea deal made that motion for mistrial moot. And well, but there are so many rumors out there. There are so many rumors. Will there be a new plea deal today? I have no idea. I would assume that after yesterday, the prosecution will be more on their watch and demanding the next plea deal where for count one, that they admit to everything in it. So that might make other plea deals much harder. But for Mr. Nichols, good on you. Good on you. And for me also, this means that how bad the state's case is. They say they more or less told us that themselves yesterday. They dropped the murder charge. Get this, RICO. All the other counts dropped. Only. But as Gigi says, Mr. Nichols' wife did in an interview last night, that it wasn't the first offer. There were several offers stemming from, if he testifies, he is out on probation immediately. He did not take that. Another one was 30 years, serving 20 if he's not testifying. And back and forth, and it closed on 20 years, doing 7, and no special requirements, so he doesn't have to testify. And he only admitted to 2 counts of drug distribution. She gave his wife gave an interview on Fit Lawyer's channel. I know that. Shout out to Fit Lawyer. Yeah, and DA love, the fit she, yeah. Oh, I'm seeing the distress of the prosecution team when things doesn't go their way is comedy. It's comedy gold. I don't know. Wait. I've seen her in lead attorney's chat. I don't actually know who she is. Hi, Nutty Brunette. Oh, she watched the videos of my farm. Yeah. Yes, folks. Besides doing labor law, I have a farm. 46 acres. And I have a tractor with the license plate that starts with FCK. So I have a tractor. And hello over at Rumble. Hello, Hunter, Wim, and Slidey Pie. Hunter says, howdy from Oklahoma City, where reality is non-existent. I trust your word. Misfit Lawyer Atlanta. Okay, let's see if I can find her. Must say I can't find a channel. Misfit Lawyer. Miss 2 S's maybe. Misfit Lawyer. I don't find a channel. Let's see over Twitter. Misfit Lawyer. No. I simply don't see it. Sorry. If anybody finds it, post it to one of the mods, and maybe we can find it. The Fit Lawyer. Okay. All I get is the lead attorney. Hi, Kristen. Hi, Kristen. Let's see over at Twitter, the fit lawyer. Okay. Filter channel. I have the fit attorney, fit law. Sorry. I'm sorry, I don't find it. Yeah. If anybody finds it, if you are a member, put it in Discord. Put the link. Derek Crossan, Nick, how far behind in time with Scotland are you? I am 1 hour, I think. It is probably, if it is 4:12 p.m. in Scotland now, and it's 5:12 p.m. here. Ah, there she is. There she is. Thank you, Steve Keach. The fit lawyer Atlanta. There. That's her channel. That's her channel. Okay. That's her channel, it seems. Good on her. Good on her. 12 minutes past 4. Yeah. Then I am an hour ahead. Okay. While we wait, because coverage haven't started yet. So I thought while we wait, remember Detective Dennis. Remember him? Disgraced Detective Dennis. Let's see here. November 14th, 2023, just before the trial actually started, they had a Daubert hearing with him. A Daubert hearing is when the judge, in this case, Judge Lanville, hears from the prosecution, hears from Mr. Dennis, and then hears from the defense, and then makes a ruling if he is a gang expert. Now, we know after watching his testimony that he is completely and utterly incompetent. We know that. But in Daubert hearings, things are a bit different. So, while we wait, let's watch. And subtitles.
Notified to be able to examine here.
You need
Just
it
load
most.
anything before.
Yes, Your Honor. As to this witness, the state has provided to the defense previously a PowerPoint presentation that this particular witness has used in presenting on gangs in the past. That coupled with what we will provide in the form of a summary of his opinion, we can re-provide to the defense by the 16th, but they do have in their possession at least a presentation that has been made by this witness, something akin to what they've been asking of the other witnesses.
All right.
That may go to his qualification and training, but it doesn't go to what opinion he was going to offer in the trial of of this case. And I'm going to reiterate what Mr. Steele and your Honor already knows from Harris. Harris references Rule 16 of the Federal Rules of Ethics. The Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure. It requires a report.
Yes, sir.
So, and getting a summary on the 16th, when I believe today is the 14th, is particularly unavailing to us.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Can we summon?
Yeah, if you listen in, the prosecution said, we will give them the summary the 16th, 2 days after the Daubert hearing. They will get his summary. Remember when I told you guys, the prosecution's shenanigans has been going on for a long time. I wasn't joking. This is before the trial even started, and they refused to give the summary that he's supposed to testify to until after the Daubert hearing. And let's see. Gang experts motion hearing. Yeah. So just listen and imagine how hard is it for the defense to actually cross-examine this jackass when they have nothing to work with. He is up there. He will now take the stand. And who knows? He might make crap up and then type out his summary for whatever we know. I remember this. It pissed me off at the time. I was actually covering this live at that time.
Can I hear Dennis at this point in time, please?
Yeah, and Judge Glenville allows it. You jackass. I'm so glad you're gone from this case. I'm sad that you're still allowed to practice law, that you're still a judge, you hack.
Yes.
And the big screen right in front of him.
My name is Tyrone Dennis, Tyrone. Last name Dennis, Dennis.
Good afternoon. Former investigator
And he's dressed like a proper villain with a turtleneck.
Dennis, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Would you please tell the court and the parties here where it is that you currently work?
I'm currently the director of school safety for Rockwood School District in St. Louis, Missouri.
What are your responsibilities as the director of school safety for the Rockwood School District?
I report directly to our superintendent. I'm over 32 schools. I supervise 17 police officers, safety measures for the entire district, keeping students safe.
Okay. And what does providing
I hope that district saw this trial and booted his ass out of there.
safety requirements for the school district entail?
Intruder safety, training, physical safety for the actual buildings, supervising the school resource officers to make sure that they are keeping the schools safe in their roles every day.
How long have you worked there?
I'm in my 4th year.
Prior to working with the Rockwood School District, were you employed by the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I was.
What was the last position that you held with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I was a detective in our gang targeted enforcement unit. I also served with the ATF for almost 6.5 years.
Okay. So let's start with the gang targeted enforcement unit.
Mhm.
Would you explain to the court and the parties here what that is?
I joined the gang unit in 2013. My role was to monitor, document, and prosecute gang cases. It was my responsibility to know gang trends, to know those participating in criminal activity associated with gangs.
Okay.
He does not prosecute gang. He might be a part of a prosecution's team, but he's not a lawyer. He cannot be a prosecutor. That is just, but it's apparently that's the case in Georgia.
And you mentioned the ATF, you're being a member of the ATF task force. Tell the court about that.
I basically served as a task force officer with the ATF. So basically similar to a special agent, but I wasn't physically sworn in, or I was, how can I put it? I still was APD, but I also was deputized as a special agent with the ATF as well.
And when we're speaking ATF, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms?
Yes.
You don't get deputized into the ATF. That's just the play of words. He was a helper.
With the ATF as a task force agent, what was your main focus?
Gangs and guns.
Okay. How long did you serve as an investigator with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
From 2011 to my retirement date of August 10th of 20.
Prior to 2011, and was that in June 2011?
Say it again, yes.
Prior to 2011, where did you work within the police department?
I was a patrol officer. I worked for Zone 5 for 6.5 years. I was a beat officer in the old 4th Ward Boulevard area.
Yeah, he went from a street cop, and then all of a sudden, a gang unit. And by now, we know that the gang unit is where careers go to die in Atlanta Police Department. That is where the most incompetent cops end up, because they can't do shit anywhere else, in my opinion. Kimberly, did Dennis retire and get pension? He doesn't have another one who doesn't have the full 20 years, who retired.
As a beat officer, did you have any opportunity to interact with the community?
Every day.
Right. Prior to joining the Atlanta Police Department, what did you do?
Went to college.
And what was your major?
I majored in criminal justice and sociology.
Right. And did you receive a bachelor's of science in criminal justice and in sociology?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And where did you go to school?
University of North Alabama.
All right. I'm going to show you what has been marked.
Okay, some news from Kathy Russon. Lil Rod has left because of a toothache. I'm assuming they will not be holding trial without one of the defendants. No, but we don't know if there is a plea deal going on. We don't know. Let's check with other accounts. Nothing on Thugger Daily. Let's see, Dennis Byron. Yeah, well, he's disputing the claim from yesterday. Who else? Doug, has he posted anything? Well, he posted this earlier, but nothing since. We are a lesser team in the YSL case without the contributions from Bruce Harvey, Nicole Westmoreland, and Lamar Gardner. Their skills, contributions, advice, and daily friendship will be missed. In that sense, and that sentence only, the plea from Mr. Nichols yesterday was a win for the state. In totality, Nichols' legal team was able to negotiate a fantastic deal for him that he clearly believed was in his interest, and all can walk away with heads held high. Not yet, Dave. Not yet. Not yet. As I said a few seconds ago, one of the defendants is gone from court because of a toothache, which means probably no trial today. But does he necessarily need to be there for a possible plea agreement? Hey, Mr. Jingles. Hello. Hey. Jump up. Jump up and roll. Yeah, checking other. Let's just check with Wise on Trial and see what they. Oh, that's interesting. Thug's record label is present at the courthouse per Sylvia. Okay, interesting. Hello, Mr. Jingles. Some close sources to the lawyers. The continued. Hello, Mr. Jingles. But no real confirmation unless Tugger Daily or any of the people who are there can make something out of it. Okay, while we wait, let's continue listening to Jackass number 5, Detective Dennis, who is now jeeted from this trial. Oh, yes, Mr.
As State's Exhibit 2, a copy of which has been provided to the defense, as well as what I have marked as State's Exhibit 2B, as in Bravo. And I will give a copy of 2B to a representative for the defense, Mr. Seal, who is in closest proximity to me now. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may now.
Showing you 2 and 2B. Do you recognize State's Exhibits 2 and 2B?
Yes.
What is State's Exhibit 2?
Okay, rumors are spreading about Mr. Williams' record label being around. I'm not entirely sure why. Not entirely sure why they would be there. I don't find any good reasons for it.
My CV?
Is that a fair and accurate copy of your CV that you provided to the state?
Yes.
Do you see any material alterations?
No.
And what is State's Exhibit 2B?
I actually pulled my gang training from my post so that it wasn't overwhelming. I basically provided add-on to my CV, which was my gang training and cases that I was sworn in as a gang expert previously.
Yeah, remember, now we know that his gang training was done by an employee at the district attorney's office. So the people who are training the gang unit are the people interested in getting convictions. GG, Nick, if Jeffrey takes a plea deal, it may affect his recording contract and endorsement. Yeah. They need to rewrite them, at least. They need to rewrite them.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the training that you provided to the state?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders State's Exhibits 2 and 2B as evidence.
Objection to 2 or 2B for purpose of the motion?
Don't have any objection to 2. I don't think you can serve 2B before. So, like an opportunity to see it, but I object to it since we haven't been divided.
And just for the record, when did you provide that to the state?
Today.
That's not our fault. That's
Okay, all right. Okay, all right. I understand, sir.
Let's listen to that again.
So, like an opportunity to see it, but I object to it since we haven't been divided.
And just for the record, when did you provide that to the state?
Today.
He provided his CV that day to the state, and the state did not provide it to the defense. They have no time to prepare for this Daubert hearing. None. And see the smug look on this asshole's face. See that smug look on his face. He knows this is tactics. He knows because he's been told by the prosecution to wait. And Judge Glanville is sitting up there like a turd on a throne, allowing it. I remember I was so pissed off at the time when I covered this live. I was so pissed off, and it's all coming back to me. This, as I said earlier, this has been the state all along. Cheating, lying in every turn, at every turn, with Judge Glanville up there allowing it. At every damn turn. And I've been I'm so happy that the Judge Glanville situation happened, because my audience has quadrupled, more than quadrupled since then. But I've been shouting from the rooftops before an audience of 30, 40, 50 for a year before anything happened. And I'm so grateful it did, that the bigger channels started paying attention to this trial. I'm so happy that it was a trickle-down effect from these bigger channels, that everything I've been screaming about for a year, finally, people started paying attention to it.
That's not our fault. That's
Okay, all right, okay, all right, I understand, sir. How long is 2B?
It is double spaced and 3 pages long. It consists of 1.5 pages of, well, actually 1 page of the training, and then the second and the third page are just the cases that he has testified in.
The cases where he has lied his ass
Mr.
off
Harvey,
to
I'll
get
admit no
people convicted.
objection on 2 and 2B. Okay, all right.
I'm gonna continue to circulate it.
Yes, sir. If the state has another copy, that might be helpful. Or you could arrange to get a copy or have it emailed, that would be great.
Yes. This is where I sent it. Thank you, Judge. We'll have that sent as I speak. Investigator Dennis, would you tell the court what training that you underwent to become a police officer with the Atlanta Police Department?
I went to the police academy. I started with Atlanta Police September 7th, 2004. I was a recruit until December of 2004. Went to the academy in December of 2004, sworn in April 25th of 2005.
And what types of classes did you have to undergo at the academy?
Basic law, EVOC training to drive the patrol vehicle, firearms, pistols, PT test, all type of general training, mental evaluations, all types of stuff.
When you became a part of the targeted enforcement or gang unit, was there another name as well later on, criminal intelligence unit?
Yes.
When you became a part of that unit with the Atlanta Police Department, had you received any specialized training in the area of criminal street gangs?
Not before that time, no.
Prior to becoming an investigator with the gang unit, had you had any exposure to gang members and alleged gang members during your time with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
Would you explain or describe that for the court?
My beat assignment, which was Boulevard, the old 4th Ward, it almost was like the free zone for gang members. Through Bedford Pines, Section 8 housing was provided for the females, and where the females go, usually the guys went. And so pretty much most gang members had some type of relationship with a female in that area. Over the course of being a beat officer, you would see graffiti, have interaction with different individuals, and
Have interaction with different individuals.
that either live there, or sometimes we would have domestic disputes, different things like that. And a lot of the stuff that I learned about gangs, I didn't just learn when I became a police officer.
Where did you get your first education into the world of criminal street gang activity?
The west side of St. Louis, where I was raised.
Okay. Now, what type of, and when you say that wasn't your first exposure, what type of exposure or education did you have in gangs growing up on the west side of St. Louis?
The neighborhood that I grew up was gang infested, drug infested. And once the movie Colors came out in 88 or 89, the entire St. Louis was flooded with gangs. And so at that time, I was probably 10 years old. I had to know about gangs and gang culture and what to wear and what not to wear and where to go and what not to go for survival. And so through early on, I learned what a blood, what a crip, a gangster disciple, and so forth and so on. I learned hand signals and different things like that, a form of nonverbal communication, because somebody could be threatening your life or making a gesture towards you to put you in danger. And so these were things that I had to know for survival.
Okay. Were you ever involved in any gangs?
I played sports. My older siblings wouldn't allow me to be involved in gangs.
Okay. So when you came to Atlanta, were you at that time aware that there was any gang activity in the city of Atlanta?
Not at first. When I first got here, BMF was starting to go down.
What is BMF?
Black Mafia family.
And when you say starting to go down, what do you mean?
I lived off Sydney Markets, and so there was a big billboard off the interstate, exit 86, and then on my way to the police academy, there was another big billboard near Turner Field that said, BMF, the world is ours. And my first night in Atlanta, I got introduced to who BMF was. I was at Club Visions, and I seen all these guys popping bottles and so forth and so on. And that's when my education on who BMF was.
He saw guys at the club popping bottles. Were you jealous at them, Dennis? Thinking to yourself, how can I ruin these guys? How? Well, congratulations. You became a cop. You got into the gang unit, and then you got your revenge. Making shit up on the stand for years. Lying sack of shit.
That was the only gang pretty much I was familiar with at first. Once I became a patrol officer, it wasn't, you had groups of guys that kind of hung out together, but it probably wasn't until 07, 08, I started seeing stuff that looked like home, gang graffiti. And knowing on what I already knew, I'm like, what is that doing here in Atlanta? I didn't think gangs was prevalent in Atlanta like that.
And you mentioned BMF. What did that stand for?
Black Mafia family.
Okay. So you mentioned in 07 and 08, you started to see things that looked like home. Mm-hmm. Where were you working during that time?
Zone 5, Atlanta Police Department.
Okay. Did you have responsibility for investigating any of that activity, or did you just observe it?
For myself, I was fascinated with it myself. And so I wanted to know if it was real.
You were fascinated with yourself? What? You were in the patrol car, observing, doing some naughty stuff? Fascinated with yourself? Ugh, that's creepy.
Real or not, because Atlanta wasn't viewed as a gang city. And so I started doing my own kind of homework and getting to educate myself. I had an interaction with an individual who enlightened me about a gang operating within my beat, Bird Gang. And as he enlightened me on Bird Gang, he would give he basically was in custody. And as we talked, he would give a nickname, and I basically created a beat book identifying individuals that was associated with this specific gang. That became my everyday. When I would go on a call or other people would have interaction with them, I basically cataloged them long before I even knew about a gang unit or anything. I became a source of information for the detectives if there was a robbery or something.
Why were you a source of information when there already was a gang unit? Nobody referred you to the gang unit? Or did they just did the tap on head? Sure, kid, sure. Now go out and observe some more for us. Sit in your patrol car where you can't do any damage and take notes.
Something they would reach out, hey, talk to Dennis. He's got a beat book with individuals documented in there with different tattoos, different whatever. Eventually, fast forward to, I think, 09 or 2010, Chris Markel Bennett was kidnapped. And when he was kidnapped, my supervisor had me reach out to the lead detective, Detective Murdoch, who worked homicide missing persons. And when we actually met at the King Center, and when we met, I basically brought my beat book, showed him all my stuff, and was telling him about this gang. And he looked me in my face and said, "You watch too much TV." And of course, at the time, I'm like, okay, whatever. I'm kind of offended. About a week later, he reached back out to me and he said, "I want to apologize to you." And I was like, "For what?" And he said, because everything that you gave was spot on. And if you didn't tell us this, we wouldn't know anything about it. And so at that point, he put me in to go to Apex.
What is Apex?
Apex was the spinoff of Red Dog.
And what was Red Dog?
Red Dog was basically running every drug dealer out of Georgia, created during the crack epidemic to target drug dealers in housing projects and so forth around the city.
Okay.
I knew what Red Dog was from Freaknik. Growing up in St. Louis, people that came to Freaknik would talk about the Red Dogs, and they don't play in different stuff like that.
Okay.
When I came on Atlanta Police Department, they still were in existence, and but they were subsequently disbanded after the Eagle Raid. Once they were disbanded, they created Apex. Apex would be similar, but they would have an investigative arm. And so Detective Murdoch actually put my name in to go to Apex. I usually worked by myself, so I wasn't used to working with other officers and things like that. So when he initially said it, I was kind of standoffish to it.
Mm-hmm. So, but did you become involved in Apex? Did you work?
I actually got reassigned to Apex for 6 weeks.
Okay. And what were your responsibilities while you were assigned to Apex?
Target criminal enterprises and try to see if I can build cases, but I wasn't there long enough to really do anything.
Okay. Now, from
Oh no, you weren't there long enough to actually do anything. Yeah, that might be a good summary of your entire career. All talk, no hockey.
Apex, is that when you went into the gang unit?
No. So 6.5 years on patrol, got assigned to Apex for 6 weeks. Then I made detective. And from detective, I got assigned to Zone 6 Criminal Investigations Division. At that time, they did a realignment of the city. So parts of Zone 6 became, some of the old Fourth Ward became part of Zone 6. And so basically where I worked patrol became now where I was a detective also. And so when I made detective, started off working burglaries and simple thefts, fraud, stuff like that. And then eventually I became one of the robbery carjacking detectives.
What kind of relationships did you form within the community as a beat cop and later as a detective?
As a cop, the community is key to what you do because the relationship that you form helps you do your job at the end of the day. As a cop, I'm only there for 40 hours a week, and the streets talk, and you have to know how to receive it. And so for myself, I knew everybody. I knew every elderly lady, every homeless person. I knew the store owners. I knew the dope boys that stood on the corner because.
How did you know the dope boys from in the corner?
Working Boulevard, it was very different. People think Boulevard was just one set. And what you later found out was it was people from all over the city that came to the area because of the females. Bedford Pines is probably the last standing housing project in the city. And through Section 8 housing, they would provide housing for the females who had a child. And so you would see guys that come from all over the city, or we would have different interactions for whatever reason in that area.
Did you ever receive any formal training on criminal street gangs during your time with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, that's what Exhibit 2B pretty much is.
All right. Would you tell the court, just for the record, to reflect it, what some of that formal training entails?
The first course, Street Gang Identification and Awareness. I took that in July of 2013.
What did that entail?
How to identify gang members and being aware of trends, clothing, and so forth.
Okay. And how many hours was that class?
8 hours.
Okay.
An 8-hour class. That is not a full day. That is maybe an hour a week for 8 weeks. And remember, the person or people that was holding these formal trainings were people from the DA's office, or a person from the DA's office with huge interest in convictions. We know that now.
And that was given by the Georgia Public Safety?
Correct.
Okay. And going back to the Peace Officer Standards and Training Council post-certification, did you have that during your time as a law enforcement officer in Georgia?
Yes.
And are you currently certified as a law enforcement agent now?
Yes, I'm post-certified in Missouri.
Okay. What other classes have you taken, formal or informal, on gang?
Exhibit 2B basically illustrates we in our gang unit, I basically tried to take any gang training that was offered while still trying to work and do my job. And so anytime gang classes were offered, if we could attend, we would. We would also attend other training with other departments. We would have monthly gang meetings with other gang units in other jurisdictions. We shared information. A lot of the times, a lot of our gang members in Atlanta migrated to other jurisdictions. And so a lot of times we became help to them to help them with their cases more so than them helping us.
So the gang intelligence course listed on State's Exhibit 2B that you received with the Gwinnett Police Department in February of 2016 for 2 hours, what was that?
Basically, information sharing on gangs in the metro area.
And what kind of information was shared?
What type of crimes that they were dealing with that might be reflective to what we were dealing with in the city. A lot of the times, like I said previously, our gang members would migrate to Gwinnett, DeKalb, Cobb, and so forth. And so we would...
The World's End, I think you hit the head, nail on the head. It was guidance for organizational needs, not to inform a better understanding. Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head with that. But give it a few years, and they claim in court that makes them experts. Experts hack.
Pretty much have an up on them because we were faced with it before they were.
And what about the GGIA basic gang class for 8 hours that you took in 2018? Is GGIA Georgia Gang Investigators Association?
Yes, and so
Guess who the Georgia Gang Investigators Association is? It's themselves. It's the cops in the gang unit who formed an organization who gets funded by the county. And they hold meetings and seminars and conferences where they pat each other on the back, actively trying to avoid smacking themselves in the face while they are doing it. It's them. It's all this little group of people who are training themselves. Worthless, absolutely worthless, and it's funded by the county. They themselves train themselves while getting funds.
Chief of Morrow Police, he's since passed away. They would put on pretty much an annual basic gang class, and that was to help educate gang investigators on some of the same things, gang trends and different things like that.
Okay. What about the violent crime investigations class that you had with ATF in 2018 for 5 hours? What was that?
That was similar, going over violent crime investigations. Being a task force officer, I was basically my focus was guns, gang members that were arrested with guns. And then it would be my job to look at their criminal history to see if they were basically candidates for federal prosecution.
Okay. And the California National Gang Violence.
They had meetings to discuss their cases to see, can we go any further? But they had it outside of the precinct so that they could get funding from the county. Isn't that sweet? They are first paid to be on the job, and then they pay themselves. Doesn't this sound like they are using funds to enrich themselves? If they were anybody else, this looks like a RICO. They are taking money from the county and give to themselves, training themselves, having a yearly seminar where they discuss the cases, that the discussion they can have at work, but they do it at the seminar instead so that they can get paid more.
Conference. What was that in 2018?
Every year they put on a national conference in California. Gang detectives from all over the country, all over the world, basically gather in California to go over gangs. It's information sharing. Different departments have dealt with different type of investigations, and you basically learn from those who've done it before you. You share information, and also we share information. I think I actually presented at that conference.
Okay. What about gangs, hip hop and gangs in 2019 with South Fulton Police for 3 hours? What was that? I
basically made a gang presentation about hip hop and gang culture. And I basically used movies, music, and some of the things that we have in regular people look at and don't even know that they're being pretty much spoon-fed gang culture. I think Boys in the Hood, Minister Society, Juice, all those different movies that I grew up watching that are prominent in Black culture, I basically explained the gang nexus to the movie. Even with Boys in the Hood, when I saw Boys in the Hood as a...
In the Daubert hearing, he came... This is what he told us on the stand. He watched some movies, and by that he knew, oh, this is gangs because I watch movies and I create a nexus between real life and the movies. You absolute four-quad. You absolute four-quad. You incompetent hack. I told you guys, it has been this stupid all along. I have shouted it from the rooftops for a year and a half. And in June, with all that happened with Glanville, people started to pay attention. The bigger channels started to focus on this piece of garbage. And I'm so grateful for it. It made my channel grow. But that's a side quest. The information about this foster clock came out in a big way. A year ago, we who covered this case back then, we were few in numbers and few in viewers. And now, a year later, you see view counts on channels 30, 50, 100, 200,000 views. And that's amazing. Keep doing that, folks. Watch all the channels, get the view counts up, and return to me. So I get my view counts up.
A teenager, we stood up and clapped at the end when Doughboy got revenge for Ricky, not knowing that was gang retaliation.
So how many gang investigations have you either led or been a part of during your time as a law enforcement officer?
I lost count. I honestly, 50 to 100 or more.
Okay. And during that time, you said that you have interacted with either known gang members or alleged gang members. How many of those interactions have taken place, either formally or informally, during your time as a law enforcement officer?
Hundreds.
Hundreds?
Hundreds.
The information that you received from formal or informal confidential informants, or from formal or informal interviews with gang members or alleged gang members, did you always take the information at face value, or did you do anything to try and corroborate or...
Every piece of information that we receive, we have to corroborate and do our own due diligence to investigate it. For me, myself, the worst thing I wanted to do was charge or do something to someone that didn't do anything. And so
the worst you can do is charge someone that didn't do anything. Like every damn case in this trial that they try to bring up again, every damn case that you were involved with, either somebody pled out or charges was dropped. You didn't corroborate anything. You made shit up on the stand because you watched movies as a kid and now all of a sudden you're an expert. You hack. You're a hack. You don't know shit. Yeah, as Derek Croissant says, how much lies has he told to get convictions? All of them. All of them. not a brunette. So they are working on plea deals? Probably. Nick, do you think they should wait till after the election? No. Because after the election, the prosecution doesn't care anymore. But, I mean, it could be a good thing. It could be a good thing to keep the trial somewhat running until after November 5th, which is on Tuesday. So a week from now. So yeah, it's a possibility that they hold these plea bargainings and stuff like that. But we also heard that the jury was supposed to be back today. Well, nothing so far that I can see. I'm keeping tabs on 11 Alive, and nothing there so far. So we are watching this hack claim he knows crap. Well, he knows that's what he knows, crap. He's so full of himself, believing, oh, I know all of this. It doesn't matter if I exaggerate on the stand, lie on the stand, because it's for the greater good. Yeah. You want this, depending on which faith you confess yourself to, there's only one greater good, and it's none of us humans. None of us. Play God, and you know where you are headed.
So any information that I receive from, it could be a baby mama or the elderly lady on the corner or a gang member, I'm going to look into it to see if it's relevant or to try to understand what they are telling me. I can't necessarily take anything on face value because in the law enforcement and gang culture, most people know that talking to law enforcement can be a death sentence. And so me
Tatum, please don't be... No. Court's not live. At least not where I'm looking. Nothing on Law and Seaward. Nothing on 11 Alive. Where? Where is court on? I don't see it. I am refreshing. I'm looking at lead attorney here. Nothing at Atlanta News First. Has stream starting soon. I mean, I see nothing. Nothing on Twitter/X. Nothing on 11 Alive. Looking at Infamous Sly, Infamous Sylvia, and nothing there. Nothing there. So none of the channels that might have streams are showing. Yeah, Tatum, thank you for trolling. Now you can go fuck yourself. They might be just going in, but don't give out information that, oh, court is live. Don't be a twat. Tatum, it's easy to not be a twat. Here's the rule for my channel. If you're going to troll, you have two options. Be funny, be correct. It's that easy. If you can't be either, fuck off. I was in a somewhat decent mood, and then some jackass is always trying to ruin it for everyone. All right, let's continue.
Knowing that I'm trying to protect people's identity and respect, that I have a job to do to not only listen to them, but to try to protect them with the information that they're providing to me. Working as a patrol officer, I've built countless relationships with people from the community. I've been gone almost 4 years. I still get calls from the community because people don't know that I'm either gone or I've built a trust factor with them where they feel comfortable in providing information to me.
And what is Clippers and Cops?
Clippers and Cops is a nonprofit that I created in an effort to bridge the gap between law enforcement and the community, trying to create empathy between law enforcement and the community. When I would go get my haircut, everybody was equal. And when we were in the barbershop, we would talk about everything under the sun. So I felt, why can't we talk about citizen and police engagement? And so in March of 2018, we went to the same barbershop on Edgewood, and I basically gathered not only law enforcement, I gathered people from the community, gang members, whomever, and we engaged in conversation. And we basically been doing the same thing every third Thursday of the month ever since.
Do you also do consultant work?
I do.
And would you explain what that is?
Basically, I do gang consulting work on liability cases. So, for example, if someone is shot and killed at an apartment complex or a gas station, a lot of times they will sue the property, and so I will be hired to explain the gang evidence or the gang nexus in the case.
Have you ever been sworn in as a gang expert in Fulton County?
Yes.
Do you know how many times?
At least 10.
Okay.
So at least 10 occasions, he has testified in Fulton County courts that may or may not have gotten people convicted while he is on the stand making shit up as he goes along. We know this because we watched him make crap up as he went along. But he's a cop or a former cop, so people believe him.
And are you a member of any law enforcement organizations?
I'm a member of Noble, National Organization of Black Law Enforcement.
Okay. Have you received any awards or recognition for your law enforcement service?
I probably left Atlanta Police Department as one of the most decorated officers that ever came through the department.
That should tell everybody the quality of Atlanta Police Department if that hack managed to get decorated. That person, that one, being one of the most decorated, he's a squirrel brain. Yeah, Jive says he suffers from diabetes. Yeah. Nothing, he says, can be taken seriously from now on. People might have done it in the past. I mean, he sounds confident in himself, but through his testimony in this trial, he's a hack. Complete hack.
And I did 16 years. Most officers do 30.
16 years. Why did you quit before full pension, sir? Why not stick out 4 more years? Were you a part of that little group that had a friend that was on the take? Was that why you also left roughly at the same time as Gaither. Was it? But it was hushed down, so you could keep testifying. I wonder if he's not subpoenaed, so he's probably getting paid to testify.
Did you have an occasion to gain any familiarity with the gang known as IF gang, IF?
Inglewood Family Bloods, yes.
Would you explain how it is that you gained familiarity with that particular gang?
The Inglewood Family Bloods is a California-based criminal street gang that has ties to Atlanta through 3 of our hybrid gangs: Atlanta Blood Gang, ABG, Bird Gang, which operated in my beat, and Haiti Gang. Those 3 gangs basically merged to make one big gang under the traditional umbrella, which would be IF Gang, IF, or Inglewood Family Bloods.
Did you first learn about that particular gang during your time as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
Was it during your time as a beat officer or as an investigator?
Both.
Okay.
I initially came in contact.
When did you first come in? Blah blah blah. Both? No, it can't be both.
With Bird Gang, and this Bird Gang basically had a stronghold on Edgewood, Auburn, and Fort Street in the drug trade. And with them having that stronghold, they were part of the beat book that I spoke about.
Okay. Did you have any involvement in the investigation of the case involving the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have an active involvement in the investigation of crimes that occurred during the year 2015 forward?
Myself and my partner was pretty much the lead detectives on the case.
Okay. And when you say lead detectives on the case, did you have an opportunity to interact with suspects and witnesses in any of the cases that occurred during 2015 that occurred after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that investigation include investigation into an organization known as YSL?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to interview alleged YSL criminal street gang members?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many?
Several that's in this courtroom and several that was charged throughout this investigation, yes.
All right. Are you able to explain to the court whether the information that you attained about YSL and Inglewood Family Bloods, what were the sources of the information that you currently hold about those organizations?
The information that I gained associated with the information I already knew. Basically, when Donovan Thomas was assassinated on January 10th, 2015, I was off. It was a Saturday night. One of our detectives that was working basically reached out and said, hey.
Let's go back here and listen to what he started to say.
Whether the information that you attained about YSL and Inglewood Family Bloods, what were the sources of the information that you currently hold about those organizations?
The information that I gained associated with the information I already knew. Basically,
the information I gained was associated with the information I already knew. Bias.
When Donovan Thomas was assassinated on January 10th, 2015, I was off. It was a Saturday night. One of our detectives that was working basically reached out and said, hey, you put Donovan Thomas into our gang files. What do you know about him? And I politely told him to go to my bottom drawer and get my black beat book. Once he got my beat book, he basically had Donovan's profile, Bird Gang's information, and so forth. Fast forward to that Monday when I got to work, my supervisor basically said, what do you know about Bird Gang? I said, what do you want to know? He said, well, we have a meeting with every federal agency in the city at 2:00. I need you to create a war room. And Operation Planners was born. From that, I had to basically compile who Bird Gang was, who the rival of Bird Gang was, which was YSL Young Slime Life, and identify those that would be either targeted or suspects in his murder. So
let me talk about how you gained the information that you then utilized during the course of those investigations and gained through those investigations.
So what he did was throwing shit down that he believed to observe in a book, and then other people used it, things that he may or may not have seen, may or may not have heard, may or may not have actually observed. We have actually nothing to verify his little black book with actual facts. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Any of the information that you gained during that time, the result of things like cellular phone extractions
Yes.
or jail calls, could you explain to the court how that aided in your attaining knowledge and information on these particular groups?
In investigating this case, we basically were dealing with an all-out war. Every day we were awakened by houses being shot up, people being shot. And so it was our job to mitigate that and stop it. People were arrested. When people were arrested, if they had a cell phone, we would get a search warrant to extract the contents of their cell phone. We would then reach out to whatever social media we could find to try to get their social media contents. If they were in custody and spoke on jail calls, we tried to monitor their jail calls and those interactions as well. People that were taken into custody, we would basically attempt to speak with them. We spoke to family members who were victims. We spoke to witnesses. We spoke to people in the community. We spoke to everybody we could to try to do our due diligence to investigate this case.
And have you done that throughout your time as a law enforcement officer?
Did you hear how extremely vague he was with this? Oh, we talked to the community. We talked to da. Who did you talk to? Or did you just make shit up?
Investigating gangs when a crime occurs.
Yes.
And is it always the case that you're speaking with alleged gang members as perpetrators?
We've spoken to both.
Both, what do you mean?
We've spoken to...
Ken's counseling couch asked, does he provide his book? Is it in evidence? To my knowledge, that book is not in evidence. It has not been shared with the defense at all. Even though both Judge Glanville and Judge Whitaker has told the prosecution, whatever there is, you need to produce it. This book, nowhere to be seen.
People that are already documented gang members. We have spoken to alleged gang members. We've spoken to people that aren't gang members. We've spoken to their girlfriends, moms, sisters, cousins, whomever.
And are they sometimes victims?
Yes. Usually, my saying was today's suspect is tomorrow's victim.
Okay. Did these sources of information, first of all, do you know how many cellular phone extractions involving gang information and knowledge that you have examined?
I couldn't even put a number on it.
Is it in excess of 50?
Possibly.
Okay. And what about jail calls? Do you know the number of jail calls that you've listened to that have given you insight into gang culture and terminology in?
Countless. This wasn't the only case or big case that we've investigated over the years. Okay. Basically, our unit not only dealt with our own cases, we dealt with other units' cases. We dealt with other jurisdictions' cases. We assisted countless investigations.
Okay. And did that information that you gained from the sources you've named for the court give you insight into criminal street gangs in Atlanta that the general public may have had no knowledge of?
Yes.
And would you explain some instances or examples of that? A
lot of times, individuals that were in custody would basically attempt to talk in slang or things like that. Sometimes you would get slang that you may not be familiar with. And so you might have a relationship with someone in the community or the particular community where the crime occurred to help explain to you what that means. Okay. And so sometimes you would have to reach out and say, what does slap mean? Or what does mac and cheese mean? Or the biscuit, get the biscuit out the oven or whatever it was. You would have to go get clarity for someone else to help you understand if you didn't understand the lingo. In gang culture is constantly changing. And so through social media posts, sometimes you'll look at a social media post and quite not understand what someone's saying. Or sometimes they'll quote a song and change the lyrics, change the lettering. Instead of saying I'm on Cleveland, they might say I'm on Bleveland, or things of that nature. They might, instead of saying bricks with a CK, they might put 2 C's instead. And a lot of times gang members or people associated with gang culture would take the time to do that. And through social media was an attempt to explain or to help share their identity as such.
Okay. Now, you mentioned biscuit and mac and cheese. Are these references to food? In the
To the
situation that
common eye, yes, but in gang investigations, they could have meant a number of different things, and so
in the common language, but in gang investigation, they could have meant a number of different things. Again, you're making crap up. Oh, this must mean that. And remember from his testimony the last day before he was yeeted from the trial, he claimed subliminal messages in videos and movies is brainwashing young black minds. Subliminal messaging. That's not a... It's makeup. Yeah, he's making shit up. Absolutely he's saying, I believe it means this. That's not evidence. That should not even be allowed to speak in court. But since they allowed him to be an expert, he can opine on stuff while being an absolute hack. I'm so glad he was yeeted from this trial.
it was our job to decipher it, because sometimes you would read some of the stuff and it wouldn't make sense to you until you talk to someone in that life or in gang, has a gang culture that is able to explain exactly what they mean. Gangs is almost like an unwritten, or a lot of the things that they do could be a nonverbal communication through hand signals. I can almost be flipping you off and you not even know it in common. Or I might say something to you, like I might wet you up. And to you, you might be thinking, I don't need a bath.
you got a water.
But if I said that to someone in gang culture, they know exactly what I'm saying. I'm going to, wetting someone up could mean I'm going to shoot you, and that's the blood wetting your shirt.
Okay.
And so those are things that we had to explain to help it make sense.
And did you hear those sort of...
Making shit up. That is what he's doing. With, I think it means this. I can't prove it means this. So I'm making shit up as I go along because I'm a gang expert. I work at the gang unit. There are so many honest cops out there. So many. And that up here is why they get bad reputation.
phrases and terminology while you were investigator with the gang unit with the Atlanta Police Department. I'm going to show you what has already been admitted previously as Stacey Exhibit number 3. Now, when exactly did you leave the Atlanta Police Department?
August 10th of 20.
Okay. So Stacey Exhibit 3, having an effective date of August 13th, 2020, was implemented after you had gone.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you look at the section numbered 5.3 regarding gang member identification and the criteria used as described in Stacey Exhibit 3?
Yes.
And would you read for the record what those 6 criteria are?
Gang member identification is based on the following criteria. 1, when an individual admits membership in a gang. 2, when a reliable informant identifies an individual as a gang member. 3, when an informant of previously unattested reliability identifies an individual as a gang member and is corroborated by independent verification. 4, when an individual resides in or frequents a particular gang area and affects their style of dress, use of hand signs, symbols, or tattoos, and associates with known gang members. 5, when an individual has been arrested several times in the company of identified gang members for offenses which are consistent with usual gang activity. 6, when there are strong indications that an individual has a close relationship with the gang but does not fit the above criteria, he should be identified.
Let's listen to number 6 there. Now, I was preparing. This is all circular arguments. They all fit in with each other because that verifies that, verifies that, verifies that, verifies that, and then in a circular argument. But that, number 6 there. Here comes vagueness.
Offenses which are consistent with usual gang activity. 6, when there are strong indications that an individual has a close relationship with a gang but does not fit the above criteria.
When they believe a person is a gang member, but it doesn't fit the criteria above, they can still say, oh, it's gang related. Even though this even in the cases where circular arguments is not enough, their personal opinion, they can just say it. Gwendolyn, oh yes, this is before the trial even started. This is before the trial even started. This is from November 14th of 2023. This is just 2 weeks before trial started.
He should be identified as a gang associate.
Were those 6 criteria in effect at the time you were an investigator with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. And reading section 5.2 regarding gang and criminal street gang and gang-related crime, were those operating procedures in effect at the time that you were with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
And would you read what they are?
Gang, criminal street gang, any organization, association, or group of 3 or more persons associated in fact, whether formal or informal, which engages in criminal gang activity as defined in OCGA 16-15-3. The existence of such organizations, associations, or group of individuals associated in fact may be established by evidence of a common name or a common identifying sign, symbols, tattoos, graffitis, or attire, or other distinguished characteristics. Such terms shall not include.
And that is when they claim YSL merch makes them a gang. Because Young Thug, extremely popular, hung around with all the big artists, selling tons of merch. And they used that as an indication of gang activity. It's so stupid.
3 or more persons associated in fact, whether formal or informal, who are not engaged in criminal gang activity.
Formal and informal who are not engaged in criminal gang activity. Do you hear this crap? The vagueness. And this is from the law that regulates this. It's so vague. Just to make sure we can always claim gang activity, even if they don't meet any criteria, even though they themselves are extremely vague. It's down to the judgment of the cop. And if that cop says they are gang, then according to prosecution and everything, they are. It's so stupid. Did I see? Okay, Naughty Brunette, if you are about to have a migraine, close down and take care of yourself. And once the migraine is done, then try to get back. But if you are about to, then take the necessary precautions. Okay.
And gang-related crime.
Say that again?
The rest of 5.2, gang-related
Oh,
crime.
I'm sorry. Gang-related crime, criminal acts that include gang violence or gang retaliation related to turf, protection, signing, recruitment, or any criminal activity such as drug trafficking. Any incident wherein participants, suspects, or victims are identified gang members or associates. When a reliable informant identifies an incident as gang activity, when an informant of previously unattested reliability identifies an incident as gang activity, and it is corroborated by other attendant circumstances or independent verification.
And you said that those were policies that you followed while you were with the gang unit.
Yes, basically, we didn't just want to put anybody in as a gang member if they weren't.
Okay.
And it's not illegal to be in a gang. It's illegal to commit acts of crime while in a gang.
Okay. Now, during your time investigating gangs, how much familiarity did you get with the organization known as Young Slime Life, or YSL?
A lot.
And were those from the sources that you mentioned earlier?
Through sitting through countless interviews, interviewing countless witnesses, gained a lot of knowledge about the YSL.
And what about Inglewood Family Bloods? Did you gain a lot of information about that?
Same.
Okay. Did your time with the Atlanta Police Department and the education that you received give you insight into the culture and practices of both those organizations?
Yes.
Yes, I see the rumors in the different chats that, oh, the court is done until next Tuesday. It's just rumors. Even if it's spreading in different chat, it's still rumors. Until and unless it is proclaimed from the court, it's rumors. If it's not out there via Kathy Russon, Thugger Daly, Doug, Dennis Byron, it's a rumor, folks. We don't know yet. And I don't see anything from Thugger Daly. And I don't see anything from Kathy Russon. Checking again. The last thing from Kathy Russon is Lil Rod has left because of toothache. And without mentioning any names, about 16 minutes ago, I asked a person who is actually in the courtroom, are you done for today anytime soon? And the answer was no. But I can't verify that because I will not reveal who it is. But okay, Law and Crime is off. Let's see here, 11 Alive, still on. Let's see, Law and Crime Trials. No, still on. I see here, bump. Still waiting for Law and Crime. And they right here, no update so far, still waiting on court. And again, in the chat. Yeah, so, yeah, still rumors.
And based on your background, training, and expertise, do you have an opinion about whether or not YSL, the organization known as Young Slime Life, is in fact a criminal street gang?
No question in my mind that it's a criminal street gang.
Okay. And do you have an opinion as to whether or not the Inglewood Family Bloods, or IF, is a criminal street gang?
No question in my mind that they're a criminal street gang.
All right. Your Honor, just one moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Law and Crime Trials is the channel where it's on. I am updating and it's still there. Upcoming on, yeah. So waiting since 2 p.m. My time.
Your Honor, at this time, we tender former investigator Dennis as an expert in the field of criminal street gangs, criminal street gang recognition, investigations, identification, and practices, as well as specifically the Inglewood family criminal street gang.
Yeah, what he said during this hearing, according to, well, that was it. Well, I do believe the defense has some questions as well, but we do know that based on what he said there, he will be admitted as an expert in criminal street gangs.
And the Young Slime Life criminal street gang. And Your Honor, just to clear that up, we are tendering former investigator Dennis as an expert in criminal street gangs in general, criminal street gang, I did not say culture, practices, investigations, and identification. My apologies to the court, as well as the Inglewood family criminal street gang and the YSL criminal street gang.
Okay. Start off, Mr. Steele, an examination of white eye witness.
Before Derek cross on how many trials he has appeared for and been paid as an expert. Well, he has testified in Fulton County 10 times or more. Don't know how many times he testified when he was a cop and after he left, but he was there on a number of occasions. Hold on while I do the count here. He was, what we're watching now is November 14th, 2023. Then he returned on May 6th. Let's see if I find him anywhere else. Two times with this time, at least. I just don't have everything here in exact order. Checking again if I don't have it here in my notes. Yeah, twice. When he was yeeted was the third time, I believe. But he might have been up there. I just didn't catch it, or I just didn't put it down as noteworthy.
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regards to your statement a moment ago with the Honorable Prosecutor, you said something to the effect of, it is not illegal to be in a gang. Remember something like that?
I do.
Can you explain specifically what you're referring to?
The Boy Scouts could be considered a gang because it's 3 or more people operating in when they put on the same outfit. The police department can be considered a gang by the definition. It's only illegal to be associated with such when committing a crime or breaking the law. That's what I mean.
What if somebody in the Boy Scouts or the police department, there's a section of 3 or more people associated, in fact, either as a member or an associate, and 5 of those people are going out committing drive-by shootings.
Mhm.
But the other 2,000 people are in the Boy Scouts or the police department, same uniform, but they're not doing those crimes. How does that work in your mind?
The association of how did they associate being the Boy Scouts could be basically used as their association, but the enterprise in itself hasn't necessarily broke the law. Those individuals use that association to break the law, and so those are the like characteristics of that.
So there's a demarcation, and I'm asking you, I'm not telling you.
Okay.
I want your information to qualify under Daubert. There's a demarcation about the people in the Boy Scouts or the police department, same uniform, same haircut, same radio, same guns, but the 5 people, I think I said 5 people who are using those symbols to go out and commit crime, they would be separate than the rest of the thousands of people. Is that what you say? Or,
What I'm saying is,
or does it make it an entire gang? That's what I'm
it would not necessarily make the entire gang unless we could prove that in previous, the police department or the Boy Scouts were associated with those same criminal activities previously. If they're not, it's just like saying, I'm trying to think of something to a fraternity, right? Let's say 5 members of a fraternity participated in a rape. Does that make the whole fraternity a criminal street gang? No. It makes members of that fraternity that participated in that crime, and the association could be the fact that they're in that fraternity, but it doesn't necessarily make that fraternity a criminal street gang. The reason being is it has no bearing associated with any other crime previously.
So the other members of the fraternity, it's the same thing, but fraternity rather than Boy Scouts or police department. The other members of the fraternity who did not commit that rape, God forbid, they are not tainted.
Correct.
What I hear you say.
That is correct.
So even though the organization or the fraternity have a portion of them involved potentially in criminal street gang activity, the other people that did not commit that, in your example, God forbid, the rape, they're not tainted by what you imagine the law is. Is that right?
That's correct. And the reason I say that is, for example, I think let's use the Duke lacrosse situation where I think a female was raped or something. The entire fraternity wasn't necessarily charged, the individuals that were involved with the rape, but the common denominator was they were a part of this fraternity. And so that played a part in how did all you guys get together?
Okay. I think I understand the demarcation. Just to take it a step further, the Duke lacrosse, I keep just following your examples. I think they're all the same, but Duke lacrosse. What if members of that team who were not involved in that supposed rape, God forbid, but they knew about the allegation, they knew about their teammates, they spoke about it with other people, they did not speak with the police, are they now part of the gang?
They still are part of that fraternity. And I think that they would receive scrutiny from the public as if they were a part of that rape because they are associated with that fraternity who's now associated with that rape.
But it's not illegal the way I understand you saying. I'm not excluding my understanding.
Right.
I'm just using yours. But it's not illegal to be part of that lacrosse team is what you went back to.
It's not.
It's just a taint for people who are associating, in fact, 3 or more who can then commit the specified criminal activity.
Yes.
That's what I hear you say.
Yes.
But the other people who are on the team, they're not involved in the criminal activity in your mind.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you about a couple of people, if that's okay. If you don't remember, you need something to refresh your memory, just let us know, okay? Who is Donovan Thomas?
Donovan Thomas. Donovan Thomas is Peanut, Big Nut. He was a member of Inglewood Family Bloods, also a member of...
And I'm going to object into getting deep into the specifics of this.
Oh, remember at the time when they went into Donovan Thomas' murder, the prosecution wanted to portray him like the second coming of Jesus, almost. So this being said out loud in court, oh, she did not like that at all. That he presented that as facts. Because that should tell us all that whatever happened to him as a high-ranking gang member might not be about the YSL at all. And if he was a part of Inglewood family Bloods, why would they have a beef with YSL, which the prosecution claims are also Bloods? It doesn't make sense. It never made sense.
This particular case and who particular people are. In this case, as it does not bear directly on this witness's qualifications as an expert.
It was specifically discussed in direct who is Donovan Thomas, and it was specifically proffered that he's part of, or through the testimony, part of IF gang. And this court is being asked to qualify the Honorable Detective, or former Detective Dennis, in an expert of the IF gang. I'm asking about the same thing.
Objection, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can I say something real fast? When y'all keep saying former detective, I'm retired. I left in good standing. I didn't get kicked out or anything of the sort, for the record. Let's just say that, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think so. Why would you leave so close to full pension retirement? It doesn't make sense.
Are you clear about that now?
All right. I will not use the word former.
Thank you.
And if anyone else uses the word former, I would recommend not using it.
Thank you. No, y'all just kept saying it, and it's like when you say it, it makes it seem like I didn't leave in good standing or something happened for me to leave. I left on my own terms and I retired.
I don't think former means you left on bad terms.
Potato.
But we're going to call it retired.
All right.
Okay, so I apologize.
That's okay.
Do you remember the question?
Who was Donovan Thomas?
Yeah.
Donovan Thomas, Peanut, was a member of IF Gang as well as Bird Gang. I think I had my first interaction with Donovan Thomas when I first became a patrol officer in 2005. Their gang, Bird Gang.
And Your Honor, again, the specifics, I would object to specific information being elicited. The question has been answered, and beyond that, I would object to us getting deep into the details of any particular cases.
But you did ask him about it, so I'm going to open the door about that in terms of, and you opened the door about that in terms of qualifications. So, but I remind Mr. Steele, this may be more subject or appropriate for us to, if I qualify him as an expert, okay?
Yeah. As cross-examination. But the prosecution were quite successful. First time Dennis was on the stand. To not allow that in.
Just need to have an understanding, and I thought you overruled the objection, so unless I'm mistaken.
I think he's answered the question this one time.
He did. Not really.
Twice.
No, he said he gave his nicknames.
Okay, good. That's how he knows him, so.
I know him, but I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I'd like some leeway. This is what you are qualifying the gentleman, and he's the named victim in our case.
I gave you some leeway, sir.
What would you like to know?
Just give the background that you know. I understand that you met him, I believe,
2005.
and then you were saying that he was a member. I don't think you said this, so clarify this. He was a member at that time of the Bird Gang, but I don't think you said that. So
He was a member of Bird Gang as I knew it. He also was a high-ranking member of Inglewood Family Bloods as I knew it.
okay. And when you say high-ranking member, we talking about the highest, second highest?
I think he was second or third in command.
Okay. And at what time in relation to the second or third in command of the IF gang?
What do you mean?
What year? Are we talking about the whole time, or are we talking about January 10th?
There was a point where a gentleman by the name of Mo Rice Williams basically flew to California and helped get the blessings from California to operate here in Atlanta as Inglewood Family Bloods. By doing that, Atlanta Blood Gang, which is ABG, Bird Gang, and then Haiti Gang are three different hybrid gangs that basically merged together to become one big gang under the traditional umbrella of Inglewood Family Bloods.
They all have roots in the Blood Gang?
Yes.
And with Mr. Thomas.
Remember, the prosecution have argued that the YSL are Bloods as well. How can Bloods have beef with Bloods? I mean, can happen, surely, but they are in a decades-long beef with the Crips, and other gangs. And if you've been here before, you know my opinion about that drive-by. It's no way that's the correct car. That's the Mr. I don't believe it is. Still,
You said second or third in command, or did I miss that?
Yes, I did.
My question is, was that the entire time, or did that rise to power over?
That part I don't know.
How about we ask it the other way? On January 10th, 2015, was that his position?
Yes.
As far as you knew?
Yes.
Okay. And what type of crimes is IF gang committing?
Drug dealing, shootings, robbing, so forth. They basically had a stronghold on Summerhill, Old Fourth Ward, or anywhere where they operated. They pretty much had a stronghold on it.
And you said on your direct examination today to have you qualified, I believe, that IF gang and YSL, you identified them in your opinion as a criminal street gang,
Yes.
were rivals.
Yes.
I misstated that. I'm not trying to.
Yes.
Okay. What caused them to be rivals? If you know, and if you don't know, you got to say, I don't know.
I have a general idea of what caused them to be rivals.
And I also want to know the background of it.
In the summer of 2014, YSL, If Gang, and everyone was one big happy blood family. During that time, there became friction between those in those gangs, which started severing the ties. And some of it had something to do with the music, because Nut basically became smart. He learned that instead of just selling drugs, I could put money behind some of the artists and basically receive a percentage of what they make. Okay. When that happened, he, with the power in which he already had from his street ties, he then started becoming a mover and shaker in the music world here in Atlanta and helping up and coming artists basically get on. And so in 2014, when...
Can I interrupt you a second? And I'm not trying to cut your train of thought. Is that through TIG?
Say that again?
Is that through TIG?
Record label? Yes, he had a close relationship with Fly, who basically is the owner of TIG record label.
Okay. And
yeah, the original, what do you call it? The original theory of the state is that not try to snipe some artists from YSL record label. I don't buy it. Because they're, according to the prosecution, they're both Bloods. It might be friction, but it's no, just no. To cut the, what do you call it? The Gorgon knot might have been another gang. Or Woody, I don't know. But more probable for me is an actual rival gang.
TIG this is not a game?
I think it's a game.
I think it's a game. Thank you. Sorry. Can continue. And if you don't remember where you were, I can.
And so in 2014, the rift began not only between KC and his rival, Mr. Watts, as their own inner beef started to occur. There was other rumblings through Nut and Mr. Williams in reference to the signing of Rich Homie Quan.
Can I stop you a minute?
Go ahead.
Is KC with any, in your belief, any type of gang at that time? Is he affiliated with?
Yes.
Who is KC affiliated with?
YSL.
Okay, we're talking about summer 2014.
Yes.
And how about Mr. Watts?
He's half brother to Mr. Thomas.
So is that to take it that he's with IF?
Yes.
I don't need to presume. Okay. And is Mr. Watts also a high-ranking member like you denoted Mr. Thomas?
I would say yes. He's more of Mr. Watts.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this level of detail in this type of hearing. I understand the court's ruling regarding the certain lines of inquiry, but getting into the facts of the individual cases involved here, I don't believe this is the appropriate mechanism.
Yeah, let's move on, Mr. Steele.
Okay. Well, then just go back to the original question. What caused the IF in your investigation to become a qualified expert? Well, expert for the Honorable Court's consideration to be qualified as to why IF and YSL are rivals?
A part of it was music, a part of it was gang, part of it was power, part of it was money. And all those factors balled into subsequently the assassination of Donovan Thomas.
And where do you get the information? And I'll tell you what I wrote down if it helps you. But you're asserting a lot of facts.
Okay.
So what's the background of those facts?
Sitting through countless interviews with individuals that were either A, charged, B, suspects, or C, interacted with law enforcement, and doing my own investigations through witnesses, the families of victims, social media, all this information. We're talking about this is from 8 years ago for myself. And
2015.
correct. And some of the individuals that are sitting in here, I actually sat in the interviews with them and discussed some of these things. And some of the points that were made or confirmed, some of them helped do that. So when you ask that question.
And then Woody just ran in circles around you, making you believe him and bullcrapped you into oblivion.
This isn't necessarily just one person told us this or one thing happened. We're talking about my expertise as an investigator, as a police officer, and as a human, being able to listen to what they're telling me, following up to corroborate and so forth, to confirm or dismiss some of the information as, okay, did this happen? Could this happen? Or, okay, we tried to confirm a lot of the things that was told to us through actual case numbers and incidents that we can follow up on, or a witness that we can follow up on to confirm the stories that were being told to us. We didn't just say, okay, well, he said this and okay, let's go get a warrant. It didn't happen like that. I heard you say earlier about, and if I'm misstating, I apologize, but the Black Beat book, is that what you said? My beat book, yes. Okay. I don't know where I got black from. I apologize. It was black. That's where you got it from. Okay. It was a black binder. Basically, as a police officer, I learned that knowledge was power. I didn't like touching on people every day. I didn't like searching people every day. And so I started to gather knowledge and information. And with that information, things started to make sense. It's almost like the Matrix or something. Once you start understanding gangs and the things that are going around, other stuff start making sense. The shooting that just happened that comes on the news at night to the common person might think, oh, it's just a random shooting. Well, I'm going to dig and find the backstory. And then if you find that backstory was that shooting was a retaliation to an incident that happened somewhere else. And they were retaliating from that incident that happened elsewhere and so forth. And so my beat book.
Okay, now we have some information. I said, I'm going to wait until I hear it from other sources. Thugger Daily is hearing defendant Marquavius Huey, aka Quay, is set to accept a plea shortly. No time given for the plea hearing yet. As always, anything can change. Nothing is set until the papers are signed. So we'll just have to wait and see. And yeah. So yeah, Law and Seaward. I'm watching that. 11 Alive. I'm watching that. And they all, yeah. Everybody's waiting. Everybody's waiting. There. All right. Let's continue with this until we see some movement in court.
Became information gathering. And so that it made sense not only for myself, but my colleagues. And when other people would have incidents.
Yeah, with that book, you wrote down everything and observations and information and yada yada. What if they were lying to you, Mr. Dennis? Did that thought ever entered your mind that they were lying to you? We now know they were. Everyone was lying to you, Dennis. But you sat there with your notebook. Oh, this is good. Oh, this is good. They were all lying to you, Dennis. All of them were. They probably thought that you were a schmuck that put everything down in your little black book. And then the rest of the precinct, the Atlanta Police Department, oh, this is good, this is good. And the prosecution, oh, this is good, this is good. They were all lying to you, and you bought it. How many innocent people did you put in prison, Mr. Dennis, because you believed the wrong people?
Gather that information and compile it in one place. I got the idea from the book from someone else. They had a beat book, and when we needed the information, it was jumbled up. And so for myself, I started to catalog it, and it helped with identifications. It helped with, I didn't know I was doing gang work before I became a gang detective.
Where did that beat book go into any of your knowledge that you bring here today on the 14th day of November, 2000?
I would say yes and no. Once I retired, I left my files where I'm required to leave them, which is at APD. And like I said, I've been gone almost 3-4 years. I don't know where it is now.
Do you know whether it was turned over to the prosecution in this case?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Okay. Are you familiar with the discovery provided in this case by any chance?
Somewhat.
Is the beat book included in the discovery that you're familiar with?
I don't know.
Okay.
I wasn't here for all of that. To be honest with you, Mr. Steele, the information that I possess in this case, we had this information 8 years ago. And if what's just in my personal opinion, some of the people that represent some of the individuals in some of these cases, they had the opportunity to compile this information and had access to this information 8 years ago. For myself and the people that worked on this case, we did our job and we presented it the way that we had it. That's why you see some people.
Let's listen to this again.
Whether it was turned over to the prosecution in this case?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Okay. Are you familiar with the discovery provided in this case by any chance?
Somewhat.
Is the beat book included in the discovery that you're familiar with?
I don't know.
Okay.
To my knowledge, that book, by some magic, got lost with reports, as with Detective Gaither, with Dennis, with Belknap. The reports just vanished, except the parts that the prosecution wanted to present to the jury. Isn't that strange? What a coincidence that is. Everything that might be useful for the defense is gone. But if it's useful for the prosecution, whoopsie daisy, we found those specific parts. And again, I've been yelling from the rooftops about this for a year before the Judge Glanville situation happened. And finally, people noticed. Finally, the bigger channels noticed, started covering it, in some cases went back to covering it again. And I'm immensely grateful that they did, revealing to the world what an absolutely corrupt prosecution this is.
I wasn't here for all of that. To be honest with you, Mr. Steele, the information that I possess in this case, we had this information 8 years ago. And if what's just in my personal opinion, some of the people that represent some of the individuals in some of these cases, they had the opportunity to compile this information and had access to this information 8 years ago. For myself and the people that worked on this case, we did our job and we presented it the way that we had it. That's why you see some people who took pleas years ago, because we did our job. And honestly, a part of me, when this case came back I felt that I moved on with my life. I don't live here. I don't work here anymore, and I did my job. If we would have had the proper support that I feel that we got now, then this case would have been over, because the information that I'm telling you, it's in black and white. It's in our warrants. It's in our indictments. All of that. I have absolutely nothing to, like, I don't know where some of this stuff is, because after I retired, I moved on. I don't even have a police uniform anymore, so that's not my calling anymore.
Okay, I think I understand what you're saying. So the beat book may exist, but you
Your Honor, I
divorced
object to
yourself.
any further questioning about the beat book or anything else.
Sorry, testify. Let's move on from that.
I just have one more question, if you don't mind. I just want to clarify for my subpoena.
I think you've asked all the questions you need to at this point in time in terms of his knowledge of the beat book.
Would you allow one more question? And then if it's not a proper question, you can tell me.
Okay.
The retired detective, not to answer you. Do you know where the beat book is today?
Your Honor, I object. He's already answered that.
He's asked, yeah, you can answer it if you can.
I do not.
Okay.
I don't know where.
Yeah. Now, Mr. Steele have subpoenaed for this damn book, but the prosecution claims can't find it. And we all know Miss Love is a lying liar who lies and a cheating cheater who cheats. She has it at home. I could almost bet she skims through it. She has these missing reports. Just grab them, hid them. Just grab them and hid them. Yeah, Gigi, he just accused the defense attorneys of colluding with gang members. Now, this is a Daubert hearing, which has some leeway because it's not presented to a jury. That would never be allowed in front of a jury.
Any of my files from my previous profession is today. We catalog and kept our files. We have to leave them in the office. When different supervisors come in, different stuff can get misplaced. I don't know. I'm not there, so I don't know.
No, I understand. And I appreciate the information. The Georgia Gang Investigator Association, how do you become a part of that? If you were a part of it, I know you attended classes.
For myself, I never joined, but I often would interact with them. We shared information in-house and different, I believe, Mark Belknap and Eric Murdoch, Detective.
All right, Denise Sells says, Nick, your accent makes me think you're saying my name instead of Detective Dennis. Does it? I think, all right. Detective Dennis with 2 N's, and Denise is another name. When I get flustered and a bit excited, yeah, I can understand why I might say it the same way. And here's Little Miss. Hey all. Hello, Little Miss. My latest moderator. Hey yo.
Murdoch were members of GGI, and we shared information countlessly. Our office was made up of a number of detectives, and of course, when we had an investigation, we talked amongst ourselves. It's just like a law firm speaking with other lawyers inside of your office. We talked about different things. Some things that may not make sense to me may make sense to another detective and so forth, because they may have had dealings with it previously. And that pretty much was our association with GGIA. I presented this summer at the conference. I had actually never been to the conference, but we interacted with them on a regular basis if we had to.
Do you know how, and if you don't, just say I'm not sure.
I don't.
How, well, let me ask the question. Do you know how to become a member or a participant in the Georgia Gang Investigator Service?
Your Honor, I object. That question was asked earlier and answered, I believe.
I did not ask it
Don't
earlier.
ask him, so.
I don't.
You talked about on direct examination with the Honorable Prosecutor, gangs, hip hop, and gangs.
This was a time when he still called Miss Love honorable. That ended quite soon into this trial.
And I'm just looking at State's Exhibit 2B, as in Barry and Bravo. It says 11/13/19. Can you tell us about that more in depth? What is that?
Like I said previously, was for myself and helping those who don't. Gang culture and gangs are happening right before our eyes. And if you don't understand what you're looking at, it may just look like whatever. And it's the same.
Can
Go
you
ahead.
educate us with a couple of examples what you're referring
Like I said previously, the movie Boys in the Hood. I went and saw that when I was probably 13 years old. When I saw it, have you seen Boys in the Hood?
Yes,
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, in the movie Boys in the Hood, when Ricky, the football player brother, was shot and killed, Doughboy went to retaliate, his brother. And when he shot the guys, when we went and saw it, we stood up and clapped because we were happy that he got revenge for his brother's death, not knowing that we were being force-fed gang culture. The same thing with Menace to Society, the movie Menace to Society, the movie Juice, all these different movies that in Black culture are mainstays. Most people, you can ask pretty much every Black person in here, they probably saw it, not knowing that in the movie Juice, they were basically teaming up to form their own little gang because they needed to get juice within their community and within their neighborhood. And so my presentation, I correlated to that. How did gang culture become so prevalent? How did gang become prevalent for myself? The movie Colors. I didn't know what a Blood or a Crip was until I saw the movie Colors. And then in St. Louis, every neighborhood became a set. I grew up around gang members, drug dealers, and people being shot and killed. And so it was like having to navigate through a jungle to survive. And so these things, I started thinking, how did I get this education? And do other people understand what they're being fed through music, through the songs that we listen and we're singing at Pull Up With a Stick? They're playing these at softball games, not knowing that that is a gang song. And it's one.
So this guy, it's some of the movies he is mentioning. Yes, they have depictions of quite horrible things, but your little group of friends standing up and clapped does not mean the rest of the world had your interpretation of it. It might be because you're a fucking moron that you made that assumption. And now you are doing everything you can because you have the wrong assumption. These films are about the reality some people live in. It is about looking beyond the criminality, that despite the crimes, they are still human. What you have presented through your testimony and everything is that you are doing everything you can to present these guys as animals, less than human. That is on you and you alone, because when you were 13-year-old, you made a wrong assumption. And then for the rest of your life, everything you have ever done since is based on your false assumption. And you are not taking information that says otherwise. Yeah, I know, Joy's first fan, as you say. Earlier he said he grew up around gangs, had to know where gangs were, where to go safely, what colors not to wear. Now he's never heard of these gangs until he watched the movies. It's so stupid.
Of those things through entertainment, the Black community has been brainwashed to thinking gang culture is normal. What do you do when someone shoots and kills your family member? Am I supposed to retaliate? Am I supposed to do what Doughboy did? Because the movies play a part in what we see. So if you don't know, a gang member told me this. He said, unless you change someone's people, places, and things,
You're
you can't.
going too fast. You're going too fast. Unless you change.
A gang member or anybody's people, places, and things, they can take on the identity of what they've been taught or learned. And so if you live in a gang-infested community and all you've seen is death, carnage, drug dealing, which happens in a lot of our housing projects, some may think that that's the way that you're supposed to operate. Some may think that you're supposed to, if someone hurts your family member, disrespects you, snatch your chain, snatch your whatever, I'm supposed to respond by shooting and killing them. That's what the presentation was about.
And it was incredibly false, your presentation. Incredibly false. You just got in your mind, if I was fooled, everybody else was. And no, No, not everybody. They saw it happen. They understood the background. That doesn't mean people say it's good or that they should follow that example. You are saying that because you're a moron. A majority, the absolute majority of everybody who saw those films knew it was a film. They knew you're not supposed to do that. But your little friend group just stood up and clapped because you misunderstood everything about those movies. And now you are putting probably innocent people in prison for decades based on your inability to understand that a movie is a movie and not real life.
When a person is, we'll just say from birth, who grows up, sounds like you, in that type of environment.
Mhm.
And I heard you say twice now that you had to adapt.
You
to that
betcha I had to
environment.
adapt.
Say it one more time.
Of course I had to adapt because I had to make a choice for myself on what type of life I want. We call it trap music for a reason. And in Black culture, we don't even understand why. Because I use the analogy of if a mouse get caught on a trap, right? He's stuck. And then he spends the rest of his life attempting to get loose, only becoming more trapped. That's what living in the ghetto is. And through music and movies, it only makes it seem like it's acceptable or make it seem like that's the only way to go. Go ahead.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
You did.
Okay. So we'll just talk about your background because you're using it today to try to be qualified, correct? Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. When you had a maneuver, I assume that means you had to ensure that you addressed a certain way, wore a certain color, or didn't wear a certain color. Is that what you're talking about?
That is exactly what I'm talking about.
And maybe use gang signs. I'm not saying you did.
Definitely didn't use any gang signs because I knew what came with that. In my community, you don't false flag or represent or throw up gang signs, something that you're not willing to follow up with what comes with that. Because throwing up that gang sign to someone that identifies from a rival gang could cost you your life. Wearing colors that associated with your neighborhood or things that associated with the gang in your neighborhood can cost you your life. And so for myself, you're going to take the necessary steps to avoid being associated with that. I myself play sports. So playing sports, I wanted to go wherever to play sports. But knowing what comes with where you from could cause me a problem. I couldn't go wherever I needed to go to play sports. And I had I had to have an understanding for survival.
But in your neighborhood, and I guess I misjudged your statements, are you dressing a certain way to fit in that neighborhood?
Me?
Yeah.
No. I'm wearing everything the total opposite of I'm not wearing the rival color or I'm not wearing color. I'm going to wear the basic.
You're a neutral.
Huh?
Neutral.
Yeah, I'm going to wear something very neutral. So I'm not mistaken walking to the bus stop as being associated with that.
Okay. It says on your State's Exhibit 2B, under civil cases, it's a third one. It says Little Wayne civil case. Mr. Gurwitz, which is Gewirtz. Are you paid for that?
I was retained to help provide information in reference to that case.
And is that the shooting that we have in the indictment today?
Yes.
Okay. Are you still on that case?
It's pretty much sitting and waiting. It's the bus driver suing those involved with the case. And so until they proceed forward,
Yeah, the bus driver was allowed to testify, even though he has an active lawsuit waiting the result of this trial. If they get convicted, he will sue them for millions. Does that not tell you his reasons to testify? And he was allowed to do it by Judge Glanville. Here's the thing, folks. If somebody has an economic interest in the result of a criminal trial, they are not supposed to be allowed to testify.
kind of in limbo.
But you're still, as far as you know, you're still an expert in that case,
Yes.
or consultant, I guess you wrote.
Yes.
Is that true? Okay. You talked about black.
And this jackass is consulting in that case, which means he also has an economic interest in the outcome of this trial. No wonder he was on the stand making shit up as he went along. Because as a consultant to that lawsuit, he's making bank. He's making bank. And he was allowed to testify as an expert witness after telling the court that he has an economic interest in the result of this trial.
Black Mafia family, what year was that?
2004.
Is that the first time that gangs are coming into Atlanta area? Is that what you were testifying to?
That's when I got here. So I don't know exactly. As you speak to people that grew up here, they'll tell you about other gangs and different. What happened in Atlanta when the housing projects basically were your affiliation or different gangs operated in the different housing projects. As they tore down the housing projects and as Atlanta became.
Little Miss, thank you. In comes the professionals. For you who don't know, Little Miss, he is a law student. And he says, under American law, the economic interest is not disqualifying, but it is subject to impeachment. And I don't think they got to that impeachment part, either through his first testimony or the testimony where he was yeeted.
Pretty much a hub for gangs across the country for the same reasons that a lot of people come here. Hip hop music, warm weather, big houses, and nightlife. And a lot of gang members come from New York, LA, Chicago, all over to Atlanta and love it here and operate here and are able to live differently than where they live back home.
Okay. I have something here that I was not following you. I'm trying to follow you, so I'm not saying that as in any way insulting, but 2009, 2010, Mr. Bennett was kidnapped. Is that what I wrote down correctly? Can you explain what you were referring to?
Chris Bennett, who was a member of
I
Bird.
object to getting into all of this detail.
This was mentioned on direct examination.
Your Honor, this
Excuse me.
detail, I object.
Excuse me, let me finish.
Your Honor,
You objected. Let him respond. I'll rule.
I don't know who Mr. Bennett is. It was discussed on direct. I'm asking what is the relevance to this qualification? It was brought out on direct examination in this hearing.
All right. I'll rule the objection. You can answer it.
Chris Bennett was a member of Bird Gang, and Chris Bennett was also Donovan Thomas's cousin. And he basically was kidnapped, subsequently tortured and shot and killed, and they found his body in DeKalb County in 2010. By Chris's death, Bird Gang then added his initials to their moniker. Instead of just being BG for Bird Gang, they became BGCMB, which stands for Chris Markel Bennett, was added to the moniker of their gang.
What was it again, the moniker?
Bird Gang, BG, is the acronym. They added CMB, which is Chris Markel Bennett, which was his initials to the gang. It's a moniker.
So it's CMB BG.
BG, CMB would be the letters used.
And that's Bird Gang that eventually became IF.
So it's correct. So you have If Gang, ABG, Bird Gang, Haiti Gang, all became If Gang. 3 gangs. Walmart took over 3 mom and pop stores.
Got it. Okay. You said that you interviewed people in this courtroom. Do you know who they are?
I sure do.
Can you identify who you're talking about?
You have Shannon Stillwell, interviewed him once he was shot in the Tierra Jones case. Right behind you. Diamante Kendricks, interviewed him when he was arrested with Martinez Arnold after they attempted to retaliate and do a drive-by after Martinez Arnold was stumped out in Magic City in October of 2015. Who else is over there? I can't see anybody else. I never met Mr. Williams in person.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, sorry, forgot all. There.
Do you have, I heard a lot of your knowledge comes from speaking with people, whether it's the mother of people who are allegedly in a gang, a supposed gang member themselves, a victim, your list. I'm not giving everything. All of those things are recorded in some way, memorialized in a report.
If someone was taken into custody, we Mirandized them accordingly. If we needed to proffer or speak through an attorney, we did that. If I spoke to someone on the streets that wasn't in custody and we were having a general conversation, those were not necessarily recorded or anything of the sort because I didn't know what they were going to say. And I necessarily wasn't interviewing them for the purpose of this case or any case. It might have just, you heard what happened in Magic City last night? No, what happened in Magic City last night? And then the conversation would go where it needed to go. So not all of them, no.
A lot of it, though, is through, obviously, your police work. You're doing this for your police work.
Of course,
You're
yes.
gathering information.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I want to thank you for what you do and congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you.
Not former detective. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
That was an excellent cross-examination of Mr. Steele. He got a lot of information from. And this is one of the sad things about Detective Dennis being yeeted. Sorry. Is that now they can't bring that up, his economic interest. Because I don't believe they did in the first instance he testified in court, and they didn't get the chance to this time because he was the judge decided to yeet him. Thank you, Little Miss.
Folks, why don't we take 10 minutes and we'll continue with the examination of
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dennis, okay?
He almost said it.
I'll call you Detective Dennis. I'm not afraid.
You're the boss. You call whatever you want to call.
All right. That's the beauty of recapping. Skipping to
Detective Dennis.
He's right. Would you get Detective Dennis for the back on the field?
All right, Deputy Ingram, is everybody back, sir?
Yes, sir, everybody, come forward.
All right, okay. We're going to continue with the examination of Detective Dennis. So who's next? Mr. Sharp, you want to go next? All right.
Ms. Weaver, you ready for him? Retired Detective Dennis, how are you this
I'm
morning?
good. How are you?
Mr.
All right. My name is Max
Shard.
Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. First, I just wanted to talk to you. You and Attorney Steele were discussing some hypotheticals. And I want to go back to that to make sure I understand. But before I do that, as a gang investigator with APD, when you were with APD, did you ever swear out warrants for individuals for gang act violation of the Georgia Criminal Street Gang Act?
Yes.
Okay. As part of your job with APD, and I guess your expertise or what they're putting forward as your expertise here today, is part of that to determine if a criminal act is gang related?
Yes.
Okay. Could you explain to me how you make that determination? We can use a hypothetical if you like, but just criminal act X, someone's arrested. How do you determine if it's a gang-related crime?
The circumstances of the crime that took place, those that are involved, it's a number of things, factors that could come in. For us, a location in itself and who's the victim. That's the start.
He's actually good at BSing, almost as good as Woody, because he stumbled and stumbled and stumbled, and then he just made something up here. It's as Little Miss says, it's because I know.
Myself, all I pretty much need is a police report. And with that police report, I'm going to read the narrative of what exactly happened. Usually we operated off a patrol officer or a general investigator's work. And so from that, I would then, who's the victim? What are they involved in? Things of that nature. Okay. It was, let's say, a random shooting. Okay. Most shootings aren't just random. Most shootings have a nexus of some sort for the reasoning of that shooting. And it's my job to try to dig into that or why that occurred.
Okay. All right. I believe that you testified on direct about the factors to consider for identifying if someone is associated with criminal street gang.
Yes.
All right. And there's like 6 factors, right?
Yes.
6. In determining if a crime is gang related or in furtherance of a gang, is there a list of factors in APD, standard operating procedures, or any sort of gang manuals that you know of that dictate what to look for? Is there a set standard?
I don't believe so.
Okay. When you listed some of the considerations that you look for, and and feel free to correct me. I have circumstances where the crime took place.
Mhm.
Circumstances of the crime that took place, the location of the crime, the people involved, and who the victim is.
Correct.
Those are all 4. Is that an exhaustive list, or are there other factors?
It can be a number of things. If, for example, your house gets shot up, when we go to your house, we're going to ask you who you are to try to get a feel for who you are, what you may be involved in.
Okay.
We may talk to the neighbors. What did you see? Well, that's he associated with such and such, or things of that nature. Those are things that help kind of start the investigation.
Yeah, and now remember Detective Vasquez on the stand, maybe in January or February, where he admitted on the stand that when he conducted interviews, if he did not like what the witness told him, he deleted it and asked again and again and again until they said something he liked. That he saved. That was then presented. Detective Vasquez actively destroyed evidence, actively tampered with witnesses. And he then retired, and now he has some cop show together with Detective Belknap. I assume they all do it. Mr. Dennis as well. Interview witnesses. If you don't like what they are saying, make them say something else. And put it in that damn book. And then lie in court.
But as you investigate, the investigation can go a number of different directions.
Okay. How would you become involved in a case like this? Like, certainly you're not asked as a gang investigator to review the work of every responding officer to every case.
No.
So how do you get contacted to even begin working on a case?
It depends. The supervisor may contact you, the patrol officer may contact you, or you can watch the news from the night before, and it may spark interest in what took place. And as you reach out, or we can pull the police reports, any police report, and when you read the narrative, it can give you an idea of what took place, where, and so forth.
Okay. Now, the factors that you listed, I understand that they're not in the SOPs and they're not in any gang manuals or investigation manuals that you know of. Did you get those factors from somewhere else, or are those the factors that you came up with based on your own experience?
That's based on my own experience. For myself, I've been contacted over it could be the simplest thing. For a patrol officer, they may just think it's just another shooting, right? Mm-hmm. Not knowing the backstory or knowing the people that are involved. With my experience in gangs and dealing with different people from all around the city, it would often lead you to what was the reasoning for it or why that happened. Or you might get a call from somebody in the neighborhood or a Crime Stopper tip. And
none of that was handed over to the defense. None of it. Except his word. Now I see that some people, well, there is some rotation with the viewers. So again, this is the news as of lately in this trial from Thugger Daily. He is hearing defendant Marquavis Huey, aka Quay, is set to accept a plea shortly. No time given for the plea hearing yet. As always, anything can change. Nothing is set until the papers are signed. He follows up with, if he accepts, the defense loses a lot of leverage for the pending mistrial motion because the two Quays were the ones most prejudicial by Slime Life Shorty's statement on the stand last week. Yeah, but what I say to that is, how is the judge going to explain that two defendants and their lawyers are suddenly missing without it being extremely prejudicial to the other defendants? Will she say, as you noticed, there are two defendants no longer in this trial, and they will, you are to disregard everything that has to do with them in this trial. How do you make that curative instruction? How? When the two Quays are gone. Everything that has been said about their alleged criminality, the involvement with YSL. How? How do you expect the jury to forget 11 months of trial with regard of those two Quays? I have a hard time contemplating how she will do it with one of the Quays. But now two of them are gone, if it is correct, if that information is correct. So, Lulmis says, the mistrial without prejudice had to be declared already pre-plea. Not in Georgia, I believe. I kind of agree with you. It should have been, but that has to be said in court. That ruling would have been on the papers, on the docket, and it's not. So my assumption is that she is awaiting the ruling on that mistrial until the plea deals have been done and the rest of the plea negotiations has broken down. So, yeah. I don't know how this trial is going to be saved. I have no idea. Lol miss. So the Quays joined the motion and the big fish didn't. Yeah, that is how I read it too. That this is one of these moments where they opted in to this motion, not to the Harvey rule. They opted in. They didn't have to opt out. I don't know why. Derek Crossan. Why did he not have his gang book at trial with him if it even existed? Because he was retired by the time that the prosecution pulled the charges. So, yeah, that is why the gang book is not with him. He doesn't have it anymore. He left it behind. And now it's missing, according to the state. Which we know are lying liar who lies and cheating cheater who cheats. We know that. We know that. Still nothing on 11 Alive. Still nothing on Law and Crime. And that from Thugger was posted 40 minutes ago. The rest are rumors. So we still don't know what's going on today. But Thugger is quite a good source of information.
it may take it in that direction.
How did you get involved in the January 10th, 2015 shooting of Donovan Thomas?
I said it earlier, but I'm gonna say it again. On January 10th that night, I was off. Another detective was working. And when Donovan Thomas was shot and killed on McDaniel Street, he reached out to me saying, hey, you put him in APIT. That's our gang files.
Yeah.
And he said, what do you know about Donovan Thomas? And I told him to go to my bottom drawer and get my black book, my beat book. And in that book, it had a profile of Donovan Thomas. And that Saturday, we immediately, everybody was talking about it. The city was going crazy. They created a fake page called Death to Snake N-Words. Mm-hmm. And on that page, they spoke about who was suspected in involvement with the death of Donovan Thomas. Leading up to Monday, when we got to work, my supervisor basically pulled me to the side and said, all of us to the side, said, what do you know about Donovan Thomas? Now, I basically told him, what do you want to know? And he said, well, we have a meeting with every federal agency in the city at 2:00. You need to create a war room. And that's when Operation Planners was born.
Now, at that time, were you a gang investigator yet, or were you with?
I was a gang investigator, yes.
Did you have an open investigation into YSL prior to that date?
Me? No.
Did the gang unit, to your knowledge?
No. We had people that have dealt with Rock Crew or maybe YSL individuals, but no, there was no long, big investigation into them at that time.
Okay.
There was no real investigation against YSL until, in my personal opinion, Barney Willis became district attorney. And then, not long after, they conducted this scam of scam charges, RICO, just to get to Mr. Williams. Everything that you have heard in this trial, in my opinion, is an afterthought. They tried to make it happen, and they thought they would get a lot of plea deals, which they have, until maybe just Shannon and Jeffrey Williams was left. But it backfired because some of the defendants had really good lawyers.
Now, going back to the discussion you had with Attorney Steele, you indicated, and we can take any hypothetical group, we'll just go with the Boy Scouts. You indicated that in your understanding as an expert, individuals that are part of a group that commit a crime, we'll stick with the rape example, that would not implicate everyone else in the group, correct?
Correct.
Because those members of the group are members of the Boy Scouts, and the Boy Scouts are not a criminal street gang.
That's correct.
Okay. How do the Boy Scouts become a criminal street gang?
Through criminal activity in furtherance of the Boy Scouts as a criminal street gang. If the Boy Scouts start coming up investigations for carjacking, shootings, robbery, selling drugs, then the Boy Scouts can be documented as a criminal street gang. But if there is no evidence of that, those individuals pretty much are standalones that happen to be Boy Scouts.
Who makes the call that the Boy Scouts are now a criminal street gang?
The investigation, pretty much. The information that's gathered would make that call, or whomever is leading that investigation with the information that they have. Anything that we gather or anything that we produce, we have to go before a judge to swear out warrants, search warrants, affidavits, and so forth. So any information that we present, we have to be able to back it up with probable cause facts to be able to stand by the information that we're providing.
So to become a criminal street gang, is it just the commission of, was it 2 or more prior acts on or after a date in 2015, or is there more to it than that?
It's much more than that.
Okay, could you tell me some of the other factors?
If you're coming across people that have life-like characteristics that are participating in a crime, say, for example, we carjack somebody. Mm-hmm. Say, for example, we shoot somebody. Say, for example, we sell drugs together. We will then determine what is the like characteristics. And so, for example, the 6 identifying factors to identify them What do they have in common? Oh, they're calling themselves the Boy Scouts. Okay. What do the Boy Scouts? What are their monikers? What do they wear? How do they operate? Do you have traditional gangs? Traditional gangs usually have more structure. They have a hierarchy. Hybrid gangs are pretty much more dangerous because they have no rules or allegiance to anything. And so they pretty much take upon whatever they want to. Fam America, for example, here in Atlanta.
It's just word salad. It's just, he's saying, because I want it to be. And then he jumbles it up with word salad. Yeah, he's literally describing the Boy Scouts.
They wore American flags. They were red, white, and blue. So they pretty much didn't stick to the same structure that Bloods and Crips did. And so that makes them a little more harder to identify, because just because somebody's wearing an American flag, you're like, okay, is that illegal? No. But then when you see that become the color and the monikers for this gang, then things start to make sense in that specific area. So all those different factors, it's not just a standalone thing. I think that some people think as a gang detective, we just gang. And that's a kind of insult to what we do, because a lot of work truly goes into what we do. Listening to people, reading social media, jail calls, interviews, all these different things are, I think Mr. Steele asked something earlier. I don't even know how many man hours went into this investigation and how many interviews I've sat through with different individuals about this case to help garner the opinions and different warrants and different things that we had to do throughout this investigation.
Okay, so you talked about one of the sources of your information in these gang investigations is interviews of different people.
Yeah.
And in this case, in the discovery, there's taped interviews of certain alleged members and other witnesses. You
Yes.
agree? Okay.
Yes.
What I want to know, and you know who KC is, correct?
I do.
Okay. Are there any interviews that took place with KC? You said that sometimes when you meet people in the community, it's not under a typical Miranda situation. It's not recorded. Were there any other interviews with KC that you took part in as part of this investigation that were not in the typical Miranda situation?
Oh, basically what you're asking is
I'm going to object to this relevance to this hearing.
A source of his information to lay a foundation for his opinions as an expert.
I think he's already covered this already, so it may be asked and answered already. So why don't you move on? I said it may be asked and answered. So it may. So I'm gonna.
I haven't heard an answer to that question, respectfully, Your Honor.
I'm gonna sustain it as being asked and answered. Why don't you move on to something else?
Okay.
Yeah, KC. Person that we really only have rumors of who it actually is. And Glanville just shut it down, said asked and answered, even though it wasn't answered. What they're doing here is, through this Daubert hearing, they are trying to get information the prosecution refused to give them. For instance, his summary, for you who weren't here in the beginning, Detective Devin's summary. This is November 14th. The prosecution, in the beginning of this Daubert hearing, said they will receive his summary on the 16th, 2 days later. And instead of, okay, let's have him back on the 16th then, or the 17th, no. They conducted this hearing with the defense completely blind. Completely. So that is why they are trying to elicit this information out of him. And the judge shut it down. Judge Glanville, pre-trial, helped the prosecution to hide evidence. And Judge Glanville is still a judge.
You, as an expert, you said you consult on civil cases,
Yes.
and does that also involve testimony?
I've done depositions, never had to go testify on a civil case.
Okay, and I've never been a civil attorney, so help me understand. Do you typically, what is your role in a civil case as an expert?
Whatever incident, for example, individual gets shot at the BP station.
Yes, sir.
Lolmis says the biggest issue with the plea agreement is they are waiving their appeals right on all of this. They're only Quay and the two Quays. They are the only ones waiving their appeal on that specific issue, and it's only this specific issue. None of the others are waived. None of the others. And in the grand scheme of things, this is kind of not that much compared to everything else that has been going on. So there is plenty of ammunition left for appeal for the rest of them, if they are convicted. If the prosecution doesn't screw up again as soon as the trial starts. And in my opinion, the prosecution cannot help themselves. They are that incompetent. They are so used to getting away with all the misconduct. They don't know how to prosecute without lying and cheating. They simply don't know how to do that. And luckily, it's broadcasted to the entire world.
They may sue the BP station for inadequate security, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's the plaintiff or the defense, they may hire me to explain either A, the location, is it a gang drug location, or B, is the victim or person involved a gang member and their lifestyle led to them being shot. And so I come in to explain that.
I see. So, and I'm not trying to insinuate that you're a hired gun. I'm just, that's not what I'm trying to
That's what
insinuate.
you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm asking is, if you are hired by the defense, typically the purpose is to say that it wasn't the location, it was possibly the.
If I'm hired by the defense, I had a case where they didn't know who their client was.
Yep.
And when they hired me, he had scrubbed his social media, all these different things, so that they can believe that he was not a gang member. Through my investigation, I found countless videos and gang paraphernalia that, as an expert, I would have to disclose that information.
You're talking about the plaintiff?
I'm talking about the defendant.
Oh, okay, in a civil case? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And I basically had to explain to them that if I'm called in this case, I would have to share the information in which I have.
Okay. And you were hired in your document that you shared, that I think is State's Exhibit 2, Little Wayne civil case. Is the party that hired you, is that Jeffrey Gerwitz?
Yes.
And he's the plaintiff, and
He's not the plaintiff. He represents the plaintiff, which is the bus driver.
Okay, the bus driver of the tour bus.
Correct.
Okay, have you testified in depositions in that case?
Nope. The case is pretty much in limbo until further notice.
That case is in limbo because they are waiting for convictions in this trial, and specifically convictions of the bus shooting. Which means, again, that guy has an economic interest in the outcome of this trial. The bus driver, who also testified, he is expecting millions out of a civil suit if there are convictions on the bus incident.
When you are hired on civil cases, is it on an hourly fee, or how does that work?
A retainer?
Just a set fee for the entire case?
It depends on the amount of work I have to do. The starting a retainer, it's just like you guys. Depending on how it starts, if I have to do extra work or may have to travel.
No, it's not like defense attorneys. It's not. This is not a civil case, you absolute twat. You have nothing in common with the defense attorneys in this case. Absolutely nothing. And even if he is on a retainer, yeah, he probably is expecting a percentage.
Or something, all of that will be billed to whoever hired me.
Regarding my client in particular, I know that Mr. Stillwell, I know that you indicated on, I think it was Cross, that you had spoken to him in a custodial setting before regarding the murder of Tierra Jones.
Yes, he was a victim in that case.
Right. But he was in jail on.
He wasn't in jail. He was in the hospital.
Okay.
When Tierra Jones was shot and killed, they were attempting to shoot your client. And when the vehicle flipped over, I think he had a fractured rib. And we interviewed him as well as his baby mother, Shakoya Duncan, at the hospital. And then subsequently, Detective Griffin with our homicide unit, who was the lead on the Tierra Jones murder case, interviewed him, and we assisted in that interview.
So you're referring to the interview that was captured on audio tape?
Correct.
Okay. Other than that interview at the hospital captured on audio tape, did you have any conversations in the community with Mr. Stillwell?
I think myself, and Marissa Viverito talked to him at his grandma's house once, other than that.
Do you know when that occurred?
18, 19 maybe. And I spoke to him on the night of the Lil Wayne bus shooting at Club Compound. In the vehicle was Lil Tick, Demikion Garlington, and your client.
Okay. Was that interaction captured on body cam here?
I don't think we even had body cameras then.
Okay. Was that recorded in any way?
Nope. It wasn't even really all it was I was pulling traffic.
Yep.
And being aware. The thing about this case is people think when you work a club that you don't have a regular assignment. And we were 4.5 months into this investigation, and all the YSL members start showing up at the club that night, including the individuals in that vehicle. And anytime I deal with people that I deal with at work, I call them by their government name. I don't call them by their nickname in an effort to let you know I know you. I want you to go away. I want you to go be free. But I want you to understand that I know you, and if you do something, I'm able to identify you. And so when they pulled up, Mr. Garlington, how are you? How you doing, Mr. Stillwell? And they looked, and Mr. Tick basically said, how the hell Twill know y'all? And then they went and parked.
Were you involved as an expert or as an investigator in the Cobb County investigation?
I sure was. I was at the club that night when everything transpired. And when it transpired, I've known Mr. Winfrey since he was probably 10 years old. I think
Yeah, this witness claims he saw stuff. And once we heard about all of that, it was a complete nothing burger. Complete nothing burger. They couldn't even show that what he claimed here actually happened. Only testimonials from these cops who we know through Detective Vasquez and Detective Belknap lies.
first extra job was a TI video shoot, and Mr. Winfrey used to walk on his tippy toes, bouncing around. And the night of the Lil Wayne bus shooting, he actually came and gave me a hug. And because, how you doing? You good to see you? You all right? Yeah. And then as the night transpired while pulling traffic, and once things started to break out, I also saw Walter Murphy, who I didn't know at the time, take a gun out of his waistband and put it on the tires of Mr. Williams' sister, Green Explorer. And when he put the gun on the tire, I took another individual and pushed him into Mr. Murphy. And
That he wasn't allowed to testify to because there was no evidence that actually happened, if I remember correctly.
Mr. Murphy took off running. Mr. Williams' sister basically said, "Why the hell is the police pointing the gun at me?" And I showed her the gun that was in my possession. And then everyone started scattering. I then saw Quindarius Zachary, or Sick D, and I said, "Mr. Zachary, you might want to go home." And he said, "You don't know me." I said, the last 4 of your social is this, your date of birth is this, your mother is this. Do you want me to keep going? He said, I'm gone. Then as we started pulling traffic, another officer told me to stop traffic. So the white Camaro stopped the white Camaro. I wasn't jumping in front of a car. He hit the gas. As the car took off, we started getting reports from the security inside the club that stayed behind that the bus is being shot on 285. We were concerned with the 2 officers that escorted the bus on motorcycles. As we began to call them, they pulled back up at the location.
At the time that you got out of the way, I guess, or
Got out the way for my own safety, yes.
got out the way of the white Camaro, were you
Uh-huh.
able to see who was in the white Camaro?
It was Jimmy Winfrey
Okay, just Jimmy Winfrey?
that I saw. And another officer indicated that he had a stick on the seat. A stick is slang for an assault rifle.
Or it was a cane or something else, because it was never retrieved. Any of the things that this jackass is claiming. He claimed, oh, there was a gun at the tire. Okay, where's that gun? He claimed there was an assault rifle in the car. Where is it? Nowhere to be found. Just testimony.
Who was that officer?
Officer Finney.
And remember, they are asking all of this because the prosecution haven't provided the defense with his summary. Those were given 2 days later and was very disappointing.
All right. And I understand that you were a fact witness in that case.
Mhm.
I guess my question is, were you also involved in the Cobb County charging decisions in that case?
I was not. Cobb County, we knew that Cobb County didn't know what was going on. Once again, it goes back to if we didn't get involved in this case, Cobb County thinks it's just a bus being shut up, not knowing that the players involved are involved in this other investigation that's going on. What happened is after we got off the next morning, I watched TMZ like everybody else. And they said a white Corvette pulled up on the side of the bus and shot up the bus. And I said, wait a minute, a Corvette and a Camaro looks very similar. What Mr. Winfrey didn't know is I have an undercover page. I basically follow him on my page. I went and looked on his page and he just got a brand new Z28 Camaro. I screenshotted it. I reached out to the Zone 2 commander and said, who's working the bus shooting? Because I thought it was on us. He said, well, it's on Cobb County. Put me in touch with the detective, Detective Racy. And that's how
He took a screenshot. He didn't actually save the page. And when it comes to screenshots, folks, when it comes to screenshots, let me just show you, because as you all know, I am a master Photoshopper. I'm a real master at it. See here. You can barely see the seams. It is so well done by me. A person who actually knows how to do Photoshop could do a lot, maybe not a lot better than I can, but they can do it better if they believe they are doing it for the greater good. Like Detective Dennis, who has a financial interest in the outcome of this trial. Yes, thank you. Yes, I know I'm good. I'm really, really, really good at this. I have another example here. This might be harder to see, but you remember when George Whitaker said that the facial expression on Miss Hilton when he answered the way he answered, you should have seen it, blah, 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 blah. And I think this is what he saw. Again, my Photoshop skills are unmatched. My Photoshop skills are unmatched. I promise you, this is as close as I can come to the actual face expression. Let's continue.
Relationship was formed.
Okay, but so once that relationship was formed, did you work alongside Detective
Oh,
Racine?
most definitely.
It's Racine, right?
Racy.
Racine. Okay. I know how it's spelled. I just don't know how it's spelled.
Racine is in Wisconsin.
All right. So once you were involved with Detective Racine, were you involved in the charging decisions at that point?
No, we didn't. There are different jurisdictions. We can't dictate to them what to charge. All we did is assisted in identifying. I only knew Mr. Winfrey as Pee Wee or Roscoe. I didn't know his government name. And so when we got to work, my partner basically dug until she found his government name. And once she found his government name, we then found out that he was on probation.
Okay. New update. Marquavius, from Kathy Russen, Marquavius, whose family is at the courthouse. It's looking like he'll be the next one to plead out. We may have a live stream soon. All right. And this was posted 14 minutes ago. So again, I'm updating. I am checking the live. Still nothing. Oh, hello, crocheting bat. Stop acting like you're funny, dude, because you're not. Aww. Oh no. What am I supposed to do now? Or are you? Please tell me you're talking about Mr. Dennis. I hope you're talking about Mr. Dennis. Yeah, he means Dennis. Yeah, okay. Well, I had a couple of trolls here today, so sorry for being a bit snippy. This guy just infuriates me, Dennis. He just infuriates me too much that I'm missing out on sarcasm and irony today. So if you want to say something, be very clear. Would you please? Thank you.
Reached out to his probation officer, and she said, I'll call him in right now. And we met at the probation office when Mr. Winfrey showed up. And when Mr. Winfrey showed up and he looked and saw us we were in a rental car, a Chrysler 300. He looked and he said, can I curse?
Yes.
He said, oh, fuck. Because he saw me and he knew that I was there and he knew that I knew what happened. And he immediately went in his pocket and took out $200 and slapped fives with me. And I looked at my hand and I said, what's this? I don't get down like that. And he said, man, I know I was tripping the other night. And at that point, I knew that he was going to jail because he just pretty much told on himself. And if you ever find my file, it's a file with $200 in the envelope in the back of it.
Thank you, Coach. Yeah, I now when I know your name. I should have known. My apologies, crocheting bat. My apologies.
I believe I have any further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Harvey, anything, sir?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Matthews? Any other cues? All right, Ms. Hingerty, go right ahead, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Katie Hingerty. I'm here representing Mr. Kendrick today.
Okay.
Briefly, you had mentioned earlier that you thought it was in your opinion that music had contributed to the Donovan Thomas and YSL being rivals.
Yes.
Can you give me a time frame on that? What month and year approximately did that rivalry occur?
Summer of 2014 leading up to 2015.
And also, you've referenced your partner a number of times, and I got that it was a woman. Can you say for the record who your partner was?
Lakia Gaither.
Yeah. Detective Gaither, who, as if you've been following me, Detective Gaither quit a year before full pension. Quit suddenly. She went to a neighboring county's district attorney's office as an investigator, where she left after just a few months because it was, according to Miss Gaylor, not for her. For you who don't know, hi, I'm Nick. I do labor law, doing it for over 30 years. Those two things tells me that she got options. She, as a cop, she got the option a year before full pension. Either quit or you're fired. Then she went to the neighboring county's DA's office as an investigator. She lasted just a few months. And I assume she got the same deal there. Either you quit or you're fired. And then sometime later, she got a job as security something for the Atlanta Hawks, where she still works. My opinion is that she twice, because of, I don't know, misconduct, incompetence, got the option, either you quit voluntarily and we don't say anything, or you're fired. And 2 times she chose to quit, losing out on, I don't know how much money from not getting full retirement from the Atlanta Police Department. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it.
And she's also involved in this investigation.
She was. Lakea.
Those are my only
Data,
questions.
Gaither.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. All right, councils, may we temporarily or permanently excuse Detective Dennis for purposes of the motion?
I think permanently, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Detective Dennis, I'm going to permanently excuse you for purpose of the motion. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, and we'll contact you when we need you, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yeah, and that was that. He was then admitted as an expert and a fact witness, and he testified both fact and expert during the same direct examination, which I'm dumbfounded by. Absolutely dumbfounded by. And now let's listen to the aftermath of this.
Entertain argument at this point in time. Okay, I'll entertain argument at this point in time. Okay, all right, Mr. Steele.
Chief Schiff-Calamble, I'd like you not to qualify retired Detective Dennis as an expert in this case for 2 reasons. When I asked him his basis of information, he said it all comes through his work and working towards understanding gangs and putting together his book of knowledge. That's not what he said. He called it Black Book, I think. Pink Book. Thank you. Thank you. And then speaking with people that were under arrest, alleged victims of crime, co-workers and the like, people in the community and the like. And all of that, Your Honor, would be testimonial statements that he is using to form his opinion. And we don't have who are these people. That's what I know I've asked for. So I could understand who these people are to determine the believability and have a cross-examination that's meaningful. So under Williams, W-I-L-L-I-A-M-S versus Illinois, it's 567 U.S. 50, 2012, as well as Bull Cumming, B-U-L-L-C-O-M-I-N-G versus New Mexico. It's 564 U.S. 647, that's 2000.
Okay. More update from Kathy Russon. Oh. This time it is Huey and Lil Rod are reportedly taking pleas. Don't know if this is correct yet, but that would make it 3 out of 3 taking plea deals. Again, how are they supposed to continue this trial if 3 people are gone? How will that even be close to a curative instruction for the jury? Ignore it. These 3, they were here. Now they're not. And you have to ignore everything that has been said about them in this trial. Now, yeah, I have no idea how a curative instruction will be. I have absolutely no clue.
2011. It's not constitutional to permit an expert witness to discuss others' testimonial statements if the testimonial statements were not themselves admitted into evidence, properly admitted to evidence. So if this honorable court does recognize retired Detective Dennis, and without the foundation, I don't know who these people are. I do know some of them. He said KC. He mentioned him. He mentioned Mr. Stillwell. He mentioned Mr. Kendrick. He mentioned Mr. DG. He used the name, but the court may remember. If you need the name, I can tell you. But we need those people to testify so that the testimony statements are in evidence, and then possibly he can talk about it. But otherwise, I can't judge reliability, and I can't cross-examine effectively. And if he testifies like this, it goes basically unchallenged. So the state has multiple opening statements and closing arguments, as you just heard. I mean, he puts the whole case together and wraps it up in a package of it started in 2014, and it was a rivalry, and then it led to the death of Mr. Thomas, and then there was retaliation.
So he gives the history.
Yeah, but the history is based on testimonial statements.
Not necessarily.
That's what he said.
But okay.
Yeah, that is my, so those are my reasons. Those are my 2 reasons. The third reason is going to be what I asked yesterday. Your Honor, at some point, this has to be, I don't know if it has to be, but if this honorable court would please look at this under 403 as well, there has to be some sort of prosecutorial need. How many experts, quote unquote, do they need on the same topic? Everyone is being qualified in the same investigation. Practices and culture, criminal street gang, recognition, and then he went into YSL and IF gangs. And this is now investigative Viverito, this honorable court qualified, Detective Belknap, and now this is Detective Dennis. And I think at some point it's the scale has got to be overweighted. So those are my reasons. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, the 403 here was his best shot. They already had gang experts. And remember, these gang experts work together from the same precinct, in the same gang unit. They trained each other with the help of the DA's office on how to get convictions done. But I think this is the one that Judge Glanville punted forward. I don't remember.
All right, Mr. Sharp.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, I echo the sentiments of Mr. Steele on the.
Okay, from Thugger Daily. Rodelius Ryan, also known as Little Rod, is also set to take a plea shortly, according to his girlfriend. Okay, so it seems like we are headed towards 2 plea deals today. 3 out of 3 in this trial taking pleas. And I have no idea. I must say, this makes it more probable now if there are pending motions of mistrial if there are those left, or if they refile something, or if Judge Whitaker is still considering the now motion for mistrial. Because there's no way this can be a curative instruction to the jury. Hey, half of the defendants are gone. Ignore it. I don't see that happening. I would assume the plea deals are only to count one. But it's pure. Everything here is still speculation until it's said out in court. Still just speculation. But yeah, I'm placing still nothing from the courts. Still nothing.
Issues as well as the 403 issues. Additionally, Your Honor, I would add for the record, and I'm aware of Your Honor's ruling on the prior expert, and I heard what Your Honor said about the prior expert, but for the purposes of the record, at least, if nothing else, I would also argue that we just haven't been given any clear methodology for any of this. It's you know, for the other expert, it was totality of the circumstances. For this, for investigator or retired investigator Dennis, it was kind of, I look at police reports and then just my experience leads me to the answer. You know, there was no set standards for determining if things are gang related. And, you know, it's just kind of like, I know it when I see it.
I think he testified about that. I think he's testifying about not only his experience over the course of at least 15 years, as well as the six factors and other things that there's a multitude of things that he's testified to. So.
Well, the 6 factors go to identification if an individual is a member of a gang. But, Your Honor, one of the big issues in this case, and I believe that the state is going to put Investigator Dennis forward to speak to the jurors about this, is whether individual overt acts are in fact gang related or in furtherance of the gang. And in that particular aspect, Your Honor, specifically, just so I'm clear, there were no 6 factors. It was, and I asked if there was any listed tests in any of the gang manuals or any of the APD SOPs or anything of that nature. And he said, no, it's just, you know, I just look at certain things and my experience, I just get to the bottom of it. And then you combine that methodology with the sources, which are unknown to any of us, are apparently in some beat book that is who knows where at this point. And it just becomes very problematic and impossible to cross-examine. So, Your Honor, I would ask that you would consider all, as a gatekeeper, consider all those arguments as well as what Attorney Steele originally argued as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. Ms. Hangerty, anything, madam? Okay, Mr. Harvey?
I'm good. I assume that I'm joining with everybody's argument.
Yes, you are. But if you have anything distinguishing
I don't.
or not non-repetitive, that'd be wonderful.
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? Okay. All right. Madam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, as it relates to retired investigator Dennis, speaking to Mr. Steele and Mr. Sharp's concerns regarding the confrontation clause, to say that the basis for his opinion lies solely in interviews that he has conducted with people ignores a great deal of
Gwendolyn asked, these plea deals don't count as convictions for the state, do they? Yes, they do. They are admitting to a charge. They are accepting whatever that charge is as true, and it goes on the record as a conviction. It's a certified conviction with those plea deals. So yes, they count. I don't think they are allowed to make Alford pleas. But yeah, I agree, Shofos. It's extortion. Their families are getting sick of this, and they saw an opportunity. GD says, I haven't looked it up, but Nick, will pleading to count 1 force them to end their friendship, professional relationship? Only if it is in the special circumstances in the plea deal for their probation that they can't hang out with convicted felons. But then again, Mr. Williams is not a convicted felon. He basically has zero he has no rap sheet.
Investigator Dennis's testimony, his training, his investigations, the education that he has received, the classes that he has taken, and to somehow suggest that, one, there is no way to gauge his sources because they don't have the people that he has interviewed is, again, just ignoring a large part of his testimony. I did not ask Detective Dennis to talk about what any particular person said because I do not intend, unless it is being offered as a factual portion of this case, to proffer that through Detective Dennis. And it would have to be properly admitted. It would have to have a foundation laid. We'd have to have the person here, the witness here, or it would have to be a statement that one of the defendants made and it would be offered against that defendant. So we're not trying to do that. There were particular questions asked about specific facts that the reason I objected to is that that is not part of what we are tendering Detective Dennis as an expert to talk about per se. If there are factual matters, and in fact, Detective Dennis was an integral part of many of the events involved that are listed on this indictment, there is a very, very clear demarcation point with respect to Detective Dennis between factual testimony and expert testimony. We are seeking to have him admitted, not to talk about something someone else talks about. And again, our contention is that the proper time and place for that type of objection, and as far as cumulative is concerned, would be if I tried to elicit information that someone else has already given. We are asking that the court finds that based on Detective Dennis's background, training, experience, and education, that he be qualified as an expert in this case. And
here she's lying to the court. We know that because she did elicit information from each and every one of the so-called gang experts that had already been testified about. Extremely cumulative. But we already know that Miss Love probably each morning sacrifices a baby lamb to Satan in order to wake up properly, and so she can put innocent people in jail and prison where she knows they will die.
And as to information, if the state seeks to elicit information to from Detective Dennis that has already been discussed, that an expert has already talked about, and the court deems it cumulative, I believe, or if a party deems it cumulative, I believe that that is the proper place for that objection to be made. But that argument does not preclude Detective Dennis being qualified by this honorable court. And we would ask that the court find him one.
All right. Can I see, states 2 and 2B, please?
Yeah, Derek. Glanville has been helping the state from day one, and that's why Ms. Love can't get along with the other judge, with Judge Whitaker. Because Judge Whitaker, with all her flaws, does not accept the absolute garbage, the absolute bullcrap that Ms. Love presents. The naughty brunette. Nick, what about Little Rod? I was sick and the testimony regarding his murder conviction was confusing but seemed like BS. He was 15. Haven't seen any RICO, nothing with him. What are your thoughts? His conviction, murder conviction, is up on appeal. And with that testimony in this trial from the witness, I would say helps his appeal a lot when she couldn't get her facts straight. She crumbled under cross-examination. Is it enough for a successful appeal? I have no idea. But it definitely makes it better. And if he pleads out on the RICO, yeah, but not the murder, yeah, then they can't use this trial against him in the appeal. And if it is retried, if it's sent back. So yeah, I understand why Little Rod takes the chance to appeal this. Now he will still see the appeal from prison that he can't do anything about because he's currently serving life. But yeah, so I understand why he takes a plea. And I've said this, I believe, from the very start, that the cooperation between the attorneys, the teams of attorneys, is great, but ultimately, the attorneys represent their own client. They have to do and advise what is best for their client and their client alone. And if the client says, cut me a deal, then they will cut a deal. And they are doing the right thing. But if Lil Rod is out and that murder is out, that means there's only one murder left in this RICO trial. And that is connected to Mr. Stilwell. But now when Quay and Mr. Harvey so eloquently told the judge, no, he's only admitting to 2 counts of drug distribution with another person, which satisfies the requisition under the RICO charge. Now the state can only use Stilwell and whatever he might have said or done. Quay doesn't have to testify, which makes that murder much weaker. But again, I do believe that the effect on the rest of the defendants, I don't know if the prosecution thinks about that. Because in my opinion, I don't know if it is correct, but in my opinion, if both murder charges disappear, if they are with this last murder charge, if they are not convicted, then in my personal opinion, they can't be convicted of the other things because the other things, the statute of limitations has already run out on all the other things. And because everything is held together with the murder charges, with the statute of limitations, which is an eternity, there are no statute of limitations of murder. If that murder charge is gone, if they are not guilty of that murder charge, the rest of the RICO should fall apart. But you never know. You never know with Fulton County or Georgia. Naughty Brunette says, Nick, you have been right about everything so far. No, I haven't, but thank you so much. But when I'm wrong, you guys in the chat wheel me in. Because I misremember stuff. I've been here covering this damn case for 1.5 years, since May of last year. Things blur together. My notes aren't that perfect. And again, still nothing from the trial streams. Nothing. Nothing from 11 Alive. Nothing from Law and Crime. So still nothing. And I'm checking Dun, dun, dun. Kathy Russon. No, nothing since the last news. All right, but we have this to entertain ourselves with. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Friday, folks. Friday panel show. Confirmed are me, Kat, and Empress Fox. I have a probably from Doug Weinstein. And then, of course, I hope that Kayla and Sylvia and the rest of them can attend at some point in time. And Friday will be Halloween themed. So you get to hear the best from the best of us in some kind of costume. Maybe. Hey! If you wonder where Rico is, there's Rico. Rico's here.
The court. All right. The court having considered the arguments of counsel as well as the testimony of Detective Ty Dennis, as well as States 2, which is his CV, and States 2B, which is a continuation of his CV, which specifically breaks out his gang training and the cases that he's been involved in, to include civil matters that he's been involved in as well as States 3. Which was admitted yesterday to the court. We'll take notice of that. And the case law and arguments of counsel, I'm specifically rule as follows. On November the 14th of 2023, this court held a hearing pursuant to OCGA 24-7-702 to determine the admissibility of testimony in the state's proffered expert, and that would be former Detective Ty Dennis, retired Detective Ty Dennis. The state's request that the court declare Detective Dennis as an expert in the following areas. The field of criminal street gang recognition, culture, practices, investigation.
Yes, do. We will still be Mr. Jingo's Viking thugs after this trial is over. Now, this trial might restart, or it might continue. I have no idea what will happen with this trial. Your guess is as good as mine at this point. But I told you all way back in May and June of last year, I'm going to cover this gavel to gavel. If there is a mistrial and there is a start over, I might cover a few other things in between. But once this trial restarts, I'm going to be here. One of the constants in this trial will be me and my coverage of it.
Identification, as well as specifically the Englewood Family Criminal Street Gang and the Young Slime Life Criminal Street Gang. The examination of Detective Dennis And from his CV shows that he has been qualified as an expert witness at least 10 times in the area of
Boom. We have caught. We have the seal, at least. All right. It seems to happen. Thank you guys for being with me here for over 3.5 hours waiting. And we don't know how much more we are going to wait. I don't know. I simply don't know. Let's see if this one is also on the seal. Nope. 11 Alive, still not on the seal, but Lawrence Seward is. So, yeah. Okay. Wilson, I'm absorbed by the Delphi trial too. Yes. I've been doing videos on the Delphi trial as much as I can, since it's not televised. Judge Gull refused to let the public know the misconduct that is going on in there at the moment and have been going on against Mr. Allen. At this point, it doesn't matter if Mr. Allen did it or not. There's no way of proving it, in my opinion. And today we learned that his psychologist in that trial was reading Reddit, Facebook posts, looking at YouTube channels, and then during the sessions, she talked to Mr. Allen about them. No wonder he started confessing to stuff that had leaked out to the public when she fed him that information in the sessions. Yesterday, we found out from the warden of the prison that he has been held for almost 2 years. Well, at a year and a half. That he was in solitary confinement for 13 months. 13 months. Not even twice a week. He was allowed into the outside world, which consisted of another cage, but with some bars above for an hour. Twice a week. During those 13 months, he's got visit from his family twice. And that's not even the worst parts. It is absolutely mind-boggling, the amount of misconduct the prosecution and investigators in that case committed. And it still managed to get it to trial, thanks to Judge Gull, who has been reprimanded by the Indiana Supreme Court for her conduct in this very trial. Okay. Lisa Falter's act. We don't know. According to information from several sources, the remaining Quay and Little Rod are taking plea deals. And that makes it 3 plea deals in this trial. And as I said earlier, I have no idea how they are supposed to give jury instructions to ignore that 3 of the defendants are no longer there. I have not a damn clue in this world. Okay, folks, I need to fetch something more to drink here. I will be listening, and I'll be running to get my cup filled up so I don't miss anything. Don't leave. If you have social media or Twitter, please share this stream so more people can enjoy this with us or be infuriated with us. I'll be right back. Oh, great. They haven't started yet. How do you get the link? Well, if you go below, there should be one of these. Share. One of these share buttons. But you do it with my stream. All right. I am having some pineapple juice in my tumbler. No, this is not a tumbler. And this is from... This is not available because this is from mine and Dave's coverage of the Jodi Arias trial with 3-hole wonder. Last, we had 2 bingo cards going for jury questions and closing arguments. And we handed out, I believe, 25 of these to the winners. Yeah, that was fun. We are still working on trying to get a hold of some of the participants. One of the psychologists, maybe the judge, because the judge has retired in the Jodi Arias trial. So we are working on it. Don't know if it will happen, but we are working on it. No, the 3-hole wonder is not in my merch. It's not in my merch. Sadly, there's no way to get a hold of it because it was prizes in the bingo card we had. I do have lots of other fun stuff in my merch store. T-shirts and mugs, and with Mr. Jingles, my free thug merch and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, so we are now waiting. We are waiting. Yes, there's a pillow in the match. I have a doormat with I invoke my Sixth Amendment rights. I should be doing I plead the Fifth as well, something of the sort. But yeah, I have a Mr. Jingles mug. I have a Mr. Jingles pint glass. I have lots of fun stuff in there. Oh, well, Sand, you didn't watch our mine and Dave's. We had so much fun with everything. Even the parts that were extremely boring, we had so much fun doing it. Do I have a RICO doormat? No. I should make one of those. I should make one of those not an unindicted co-conspirator doormats. Just to make sure that if the cops come knocking, you say, no, not me. Oh, I should have some Christmas stuff up. Yeah, it's November now. I should have it up. It's not up yet, but I will make it happen. And while we are waiting, please consider becoming a member. It's $3 a month. And with that comes hundreds of hours of members-only content. It's about my farm, the renovations, personal thoughts and stuff. I try to make a monthly live stream where I go through with you where the channel is, how it's developing, and stuff like that. So for just $3 a month, or you can gift to others. That is also $3 for gifting one and $15 for gifting 5. And it's very, very much helps the channel develop. Yeah, and then I made my own personal T-shirt when I went to Atlanta, saying I went to Atlanta and love didn't catch me. You can make that yourself. I'm not putting it up there. Ah, oh, look at that. Look at that. Kristen Vasquez, member for 2 whole months. Nick, I've been hold on to this, but why not now? Yes. You get a free members only chat once a month, I believe. And you have been here for 2 months already. Thank you so much for your continuous support of my channel. Thank you so much. John Schön, how about a Viking battle axe with the inscription, may I axe you something? Oh, that would be funny. That would be funny. Hey, Tammy Lewis. Hey. Oh, we have movement.
Superior Court of Fulton County is now in session. Honorable Judge Page Reese Whitaker presiding. Court come to order.
Good afternoon. So I understand we have a few pleas to be tendered. And are we going to do them at the same time or separately? Separately. All right. Are you ready, Ms. Vossi?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And who's handling this for the state?
Your Honor, it'll be Simone Hilton for the state.
All right. Thank you.
And Simone Hilton.
All right, Mr. Ryan. Yeah, come up to the podium and then
Montavious
Sergeant
Ryan.
Ingram, can you swear
Oh.
Mr. Ryan in?
You swear the first testimony you give the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
State your name and spell first and last name.
Rodelius Ryan, Rodal.
Leroy is here.
Ryan.
And Mr. Ryan, are you the same person referred to as Rodalius Ryan on indictment number 22 SC 183572?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you at this time under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medicine?
No, ma'am.
How old are you?
Currently 20 years old,
And how far did you go in school?
12th grade.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you are charged in this indictment with count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organization Act, which carries a sentence of 5 to 20 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you may receive a jury trial.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to go over this plea of guilty and waiver of rights form with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you and your attorney both reviewed it and you signed this document?
Yes, ma'am. That's my signature.
That's your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorney, Ms. Leah Abbasi, about all of the facts and circumstances known to you regarding charges in this indictment?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been able to speak with her about any potential defenses?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need any more time to discuss this case with your attorney?
No.
Are you satisfied with her counsel and representation?
Yes, ma'am.
You also had another attorney, Ms. Angela D. Williams. Are you satisfied with her counsel and representation?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you waive formal reading of the indictment?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you waive any defects, if any, with respect to the indictment?
No, ma'am. Could you repeat that for me?
Sure. Do you waive any and all defects in the indictment?
Yes.
And have you been arrested on these charges, specifically count 1, the conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act?
He was already in custody, so he was not taken into custody for these charges. However, he was booked for the charges in the Fulton County Jail.
And he was served with the arrest warrants on this.
Yes.
Has Ms. Abbasi advised you of the minimum and maximum sentence for the charge that you are pleading to?
Yes, ma'am.
So he's pleading only to count 1, it seems.
Do you understand this is a negotiated plea of guilty, which means that the state will recommend to the court a sentence of 10 years to serve, commuted to the time you have served in this case? Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you
10
understand that
years?
This sentence should run concurrently
Oh, count
with
1?
the sentence that you are already serving for 19 SC 168236. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that the court does not have to accept this recommendation?
Yes, ma'am.
And the court can sentence you
10
to the
years?
maximum on this charge?
I understand.
This means his murder charge
Do you understand that this plea may
is
be
gone
used to
from
enhance
this trial.
sentencing on other
Gone.
convictions in this jurisdiction, as well as in other jurisdictions, including the federal courts?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand if you are not in
I'm
the
sorry,
United
one
States?
moment.
No, there's still the Donovan Thomas murder. That's still up for grabs since Mr. Stilwell is still here.
Please
So-
repeat the question. Do you
The one on
understand that the
enhancing
convictions?
sentence, that one, the one on enhancing sentence?
Yes, I just needed to explain a bit more what that means.
Do you understand that this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction as well as in other jurisdictions, including the federal courts?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you are not a United States citizen, a guilty plea conviction will affect your immigration status and will result in deportation, just like a conviction at a trial would, and that this is true regardless of any advice by your attorney or anyone else?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that there may be other adverse or unfavorable consequences as a result of this guilty plea conviction, just as there would be from a conviction following a trial? For example, your guilty plea may affect your right to vote, your right to hold public office, your right to serve on a jury, your right to obtain a passport, your right to receive, possess, and transport a firearm, or the ability to obtain employment. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty to a felony, if you use, receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or use a firearm in a crime, you will be guilty of a felony, which may carry a sentence of 1 to 15 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you waive any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses, by entering a plea of guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand if you went to trial, you had the right to a trial by jury, the right to see, hear, and confront witnesses called to testify against you, and the right to testify to remain silent and not incriminate yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up the following rights? And after I say each right, I'll ask you to respond, okay? The right to trial by jury,
Yes.
the right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself,
Yes.
the right to confront witnesses against you,
Yes.
the right to assistance of counsel hired by you or to court-appointed counsel if you cannot afford an attorney at the trial of your case,
Yes.
the right to the presumption of innocence,
Yes.
the right to testify on your own behalf and to present other evidence,
Yes, ma'am.
the right to subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence,
Yes, ma'am.
the right to have the charges against you proved beyond a reasonable doubt,
Yes.
and the right to appeal if convicted of these charges after trial.
Yes.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or promised you anything to get you to enter a guilty plea?
No, ma'am.
With
Except the
respect to
prosecution.
indictment 22 SC 183-572, how do you plead to count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act?
Guilty.
Is this guilty plea freely and voluntarily given with a full knowledge of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you may have only a limited right to appeal this guilty plea conviction?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have 4 years from today's date to file a habeas corpus petition challenging the voluntariness and constitutionality of this guilty plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you also understand that you have 30 days in which to appeal your conviction based on your plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you also understand that you have until the end of this term of court to file a motion seeking to withdraw your guilty plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, if this case were to proceed and continue with trial, Your Honor, evidence has shown and will further show that Mr. Ryan conspired with others to participate in the Young Slime Life gang through a pattern of racketeering activity, and multiple defendants and unindicted co-conspirators have committed overt acts to further this conspiracy, including drug sales, aggravated assault, and murder, also including social media posts asserting their violent nature
Let's see if
and dominance
the same-
of Young Slime Life, aka YSL.
we have, well, this is the same speech she made yesterday against Mr. Nichols. Let's see if this attorney does the same as Mr. Harvey.
Your Honor, the court has been present for evidence regarding the February 23rd, 2019 homicide of Mr. Jamari Holmes, in which Mr. Ryan and YSL co-conspirator, Damon Blaylock, lured both Jamari Holmes, Bernard Mitchell, and Rodney Uten to an apartment at 50 Mount Zion Road, which is in the Cleveland Avenue area. The evidence came out that during the course of that incident, that Mr. Ryan, along with Mr. Blaylock, emerged from the apartment complex, shooting at the vehicle which Mr. Holmes, Mr. Hooten and Mr. Mitchell were in, shooting Mr. Holmes in the head. After this incident, a few hours later, Mr. Ryan is seen posting on social media, on a public social media post, saying bet YSL makes the news. Right, there has been other social media posts in which Mr. Ryan has promoted or enhanced the reputation of YSL. Your Honor, the state intended to show further evidence that once Mr. Ryan was convicted of the homicide of Mr. Holmes while in prison, he continued to enhance the reputation, power, and territory of YSL. Specifically, when YSL co-conspirator and co-defendant Christian Eppinger was given a bond for shooting at an Atlanta police officer, Mr. Ryan, while on a contraband phone in prison, posted on his social media account, he flashed the YSL sign and stated, "We're coming to get you. YSL shit, free my N-word bris, F the DA, the gangway, we catching bonds on this shit." Your Honor, this is the evidence that the state would have intended to show if we would have continued with trial. Given the current status, Your Honor, we've made an offer to Mr. Ryan for this commuted to time served offers from our concurrent with his current conviction, Your Honor. And I can approach with the documentation.
You may.
Okay, so his lawyer is not speaking up against all the charges.
And I wanted to just add one thing to the information about the different methods you have to file things after this plea. And that is.
It seems like the prosecution learned from yesterday, and in this plea deal, he has to include the murder charge within the RICO Act, not the murder charge separately, but in the RICO. Yeah, okay, then that murder is still in this RICO.
Is that Misty Williams and Miss Abbasi will represent you until either the end of this term of court or 30 days, whichever's later. And so they would be the ones to talk to about filing those things, unless either of them is permitted to withdraw before that time. They would be the ones to file those for you, okay?
Yeah.
All right, Miss Abbasi, is there anything that the defense wants to add to the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I have had the honor really of representing Mr. Ryan along with Misty Williams, who I'm quite disappointed she could not be here today for an important day. This trial has been exhausting for everybody, and that certainly includes Mr. Ryan, who has been going through the court system since he was 15 years old. We categorically and adamantly deny that YSL is the criminal, dangerous street gang, which it's been made out to be through this trial. We're actually quite happy with.
Okay, here we go. Here comes the denial to some of the things.
The record, which was established during the presentation of the state's evidence of the alleged murder of Mr. Jamari Holmes. This plea today, Mr. Ryan is making a decision which is going to be the best for his future, what future he has, because he's already serving a life sentence. Were he to be convicted and sentenced to additional time, he would remain in custody. As I stated, we think the record established will strongly support his appeal, and hopefully, when his conviction is overturned, we don't want him sitting in prison for something else. Certainly not for actions he took when he was younger, and actions he took which are largely a product of how he grew up. As I stated, Your Honor, Mr. Ryan was 15 years old at the time of the Jamari Holmes murder. You've seen through the text messages, he was out at all different hours, doing all different things, which I don't think anyone would want their 15-year-old to be out doing. And so that is where he was. And so he did adopt the people who were around him, the people who could support him, the people in his neighborhood who grouped themselves, calling themselves YSL. Mr. Ryan at no point was trying to advance a criminal street gang and their interests. He was trying to protect himself, being a young person, largely on his own, and this is where he's ended up. I would like to say that there's been some sort of rehabilitative function here since he was sentenced to prison. It doesn't appear that that has happened. As you've heard, some of his additional cases are within the prison system. It would be wonderful if some of the money spent on a case like this could possibly be invested in the future of people like Mr. Ryan, who go into custody at such a young
Ooh,
age,
the shade.
and who really then are not given the resources to make the changes that they really would like to make to have a productive future. With all of that said, I think Mr. Ryan has grown up a lot during this trial. He doesn't want to sit through this anymore. He doesn't want to ever be back in a courtroom ever again, Your Honor. He's heard about all sorts of incidents, which the 2015 crimes, he was 11 years old. Mr. Ryan's most sincere wish is to move on with his life, to put this behind him. And we thank the court for the opportunity to resolve the case in this way and not drag it out any further than it has been.
All right.
I just would like to thank the court, Judge.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Ryan, I just want to make sure that you understand that this is ultimately, the decision is yours to make, not your attorneys. And I appreciate that both Ms. Abbasi and Misty Williams have been available and giving you legal advice and guidance, but it's ultimately your decision. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and do you in fact want to plead guilty?
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, and you've had enough time to think about it and to discuss it with your attorneys?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Ms. Bossi, have you and or Mr. Williams talked to Mr. Ryan about the benefits and drawbacks of all of his different options?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right. I find that there is a factual basis for the guilty plea to count one, the conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. Whatever the difference of opinion may be with regard to what YSL is or isn't, and what Mr. Ryan may or may not have intended. There is a factual basis that exists from the record as it already is in this case to support the necessary elements of the conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. And I have heard many of the alleged overt acts and the conspiracy evidence to advance the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity and to control personal property and money. And I find that the factual basis for that exists. And I am going to accept Mr. Ryan's guilty plea. I find it to be freely, knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily entered with an understanding of the consequences of this plea. And I'm going to sentence in accord with the recommendation that both of the state and the defense have worked hard to negotiate here, which is a sentence of 10 years commuted to time served and to be run concurrently with the sentence that Mr. Ryan is currently serving. And certainly within the court's consideration is the knowledge that Mr. Ryan is at this time serving a life sentence for the murder of Mr. Holmes. And while I understand that that is on appeal right now, you know, those are the facts as they exist right now. So that is the sentence of this court. Mr. Ryan, at 20 years old, you have most of your life ahead of you, and I don't know what it is going to hold with regard to your appeal or anything after that. But whether it is more years in custody or whether at some point in time you see the light of day to the outside world again, which is very likely considering your age, as long as you behave yourself while you're incarcerated and do not continue to either commit crimes in prison or violate any of the prison rules. If you can be on the straight and narrow, then somebody your age, after serving some amount of time, is probably going to be considered favorably for parole. And you just have to keep that in mind, that you need to be looking out for sort of the long run and not playing the short game, but playing the long game so that you have a future in front of you still. So that is your sentence, and I wish you luck, and I wish that with further maturity, much like Ms. Abbasi has said that you have already exhibited throughout the course of this trial, that you are able to make better decisions and steer your life in a better direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Matthews, are y'all ready? All right.
Okay, here comes the other quay.
Yes.
What we didn't hear was that he has to testify. No special requirements, to my knowledge, at least not what they claimed. We will see when the papers are filed if there is, but it seems like he doesn't have to testify. He does not have to testify. And now way number 2, taking a plea.
And I'm going to go ahead and, where's Mr. Rosser? Give you these documents. And then is that indictment? Give Mr.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we already have the signed copy of the indictment. Mr. Huey and Mr. Ryan have both signed, so I have that already. Yes.
It doesn't look like Mr. Ryan has to testify because now they didn't ask about special conditions. There might be special conditions. I would assume it isn't, but I actually don't know until the papers have been filed.
All right, and Sergeant, if you can swear in Mr. Huey.
You swear firm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
Yes.
the truth. State your name, first and last, spell the first and last name for the court.
My name Marquavius Huey.
Your Honor, we have just received the redacted document here, so if I can have an opportunity just to execute the,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Right.
Yeah, see, there can't be special conditions since he has no parole in it. There are no
And
special
Mr.
conditions for
Matthews,
parole.
just so that the record is.
And yeah, so what are they going to threaten him with if he doesn't testify? Jail? He's already serving life. So there's no use of trying to get him to testify. That is my understanding. I could be wrong, but that is my understanding.
It's clear. I know that y'all are just now signing the, I guess it's still a, 5-page document. This is not the first time you're seeing the most of what's in that document, correct?
Absolutely
This is,
not.
right.
We've seen
So
this.
there were a couple of items removed from the sentencing acknowledgements at your request. Is that right?
That is correct, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Yeah, she doesn't want to make. She was making sure that there won't be a Mr. Right thing here where they actually haven't read the documents presented.
And otherwise, other than that section 4, everything has essentially stayed the same with regard to the rest of the document. Is that correct?
That is also correct.
All right. And you and Mr. Matthews and Mr. Huey were aware of the changes that were getting made?
Yes.
All
Your
right.
Honor.
Do y'all need any additional time to look over the refreshed document?
We do not, Your
All
Honor.
right.
I've reviewed it and we are ready to
All
proceed.
right. Sounds good.
Okay, I have it.
No, that's all right. It's essentially the same. Okay, thank you. So you've got the a waiver of rights and this separate kind of list of the charges and the sentences. Okay.
Okay, so it will be he's acknowledging more
And the
stuff.
indictment is with Ms. Rosser.
Yeah,
I'm ready whenever.
I'm not sure how this trial can continue.
Mr. Huey, please raise your.
With
right
what
hand.
your
Do you
instruction can
solemnly
this
swear
trial
that the evidence shall
continue?
give and the matter now pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You can put your hands down.
I think he already got sworn, so you're double sworn at this point.
Please state your true and correct legal name.
Marquavius Huey, MarQuavius Huey.
And are you the same Marquavius Huey on indictment 22 SC 183572?
Yes.
Are you at this time taking or under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medicine?
No.
How old are you?
28.
And how far did you go in school?
12th grade high school diploma.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you were in this indictment charged with count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, which carried a sentence of 5 to 20 years?
Yes.
Count 3, you were initially charged with armed robbery, which carried a sentence of 10 to 20 years or life.
Yes.
You were charged with count 4 and 5 of this indictment, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, which each carry a sentence of 1 to 20 years.
Yes.
You were charged with count 6 and count 7 in this indictment, which you charged on possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony.
Yes.
And that carries a sentence of 5 years to serve consecutive to any other count in the indictment.
Yes.
You were also charged with armed robbery in counts 14 and 15.
Yes.
Also charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon for count 16 or 17.
Yes.
You were charged with hijacking
Okay,
a
so
motor vehicle
many more
in the first
charges
degree.
with this quay.
Yes.
You were initially charged with possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony,
Yes.
counts 19 and 20. You were charged with 4 counts of participation in criminal street gang activity, which were counts 21,
Okay.
22, 23, and 46.
Yes.
And you were charged with possession of a weapon by an incarcerated individual, which
But
was
what
count
did he
34,
plead to?
and possession of a
These are just the
telecommunications device
charges
by
read out.
incarcerated individual, which
What
is
did he
count
plead
45.
to?
You understand that those were your initial charge in this indictment.
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to these charges?
Yes.
And if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you may receive a jury trial.
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to go over this waiver of rights form with your attorneys?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this your signature on this document on page 4 of this document?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorneys, Carrington Matthews Sr. and Carrington Matthews Jr., about all the facts and circumstances known to you regarding the charge in this indictment, including any potential defenses?
Yes.
Do you need any more time to discuss this matter with your attorney?
Nope.
Are you are you satisfied with their counsel and representation?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you waive formal reading of the indictment?
Yes.
Do you waive any defects, if any, with respect to the indictment?
Yes.
Is it your understanding, have you been arrested on all of the charges contained within this indictment?
Yes.
And Mr. Matthews Jr., are you aware of any other outstanding warrants for these charges?
We are not aware of any.
Have your attorneys advised you of the minimum and maximum sentence for each charge that you are pleading to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he is pleading to multiple charges.
Do you understand that this is a negotiated plea of guilty? Which means the
This
state
might
will
be bad
recommend
for the
to
rest of
court
them.
The following sentence.
Yes.
Let me tell you the sentence first.
Oh.
As to count 1, which is conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, the state's recommendation is 20 years to serve 9 years in custody, the balance of 11 years on probation. As to count 3, armed robbery, based on the negotiations, the state will reduce the armed robbery to robbery and offer a sentence of 20 years to serve 9 years in custody, concurrent with count 1, the balance of 11 years on probation. As to count 4, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, The state will recommend 20 years to serve 9 years in custody, concurrent with counts 1 and count 3, balance of 11 years on probation. As to count 5, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, the state agrees to null pros or dismiss that count. As to count 6, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, the state's recommendation is 5 years to serve, consecutive to counts 1, 3, 4, 14, 15, and 44 to be suspended. As to count 7, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, the state will null pros or dismiss that count.
Okay, that count is
As to
dismissed.
count 14, which is armed robbery, will reduce that to robbery, 20 years to serve 9 years in custody, concurrent with counts 1, 3, and 4.
Okay, so
Balance of 11
concurrent.
years on probation. Count 15, armed robbery reduced to robbery, 20 years to serve 9 years in custody, concurrent with counts 1, 3, 4, and 14. Balance of 11 years on probation. Count 16 will be null pros or dismissed. Count 17, that count will merge with count 15. Count 18 will be null pros or dismissed by the state. Count 19, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, will be 5 years to serve, 5 years to serve consecutive to counts 1, 3, 4, 14, 15, 17, and 44, but concurrent with count 6, and that will be suspended. Count 20 will be null pros or dismissed by the state.
Yeah, this will pose a problem for the rest of them.
Count 21 will be 5 years to serve, concurrent with counts 1, 3, 4, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, and 44. Count 22 will be null pros or dismissed by the state, as well as count 23 will be null pros or dismissed by the state. Count 44, possession of a weapon by an incarcerated individual, will be 5 years to serve, concurrent with counts 1, 3, 4, 14, 15, and 17. And counts 45 and 46 will be null pros or dismissed by the state. Do you understand that that's the state's recommendation?
Yes.
Do you understand that the total sentence is 25 years to serve 9 years in custody with a balance of 14 years? 9 of those 14 years will be served on probation and 5 years will be suspended. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Also, 9
Do you
plus
understand
9.
the court does not have to accept that recommendation?
Yes.
9 plus 9.
Sentence you to the maximum of each charge and can run those charges consecutively, one after the other.
Yes.
Do you understand this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction as well as in other jurisdictions, including the federal courts?
Yes.
Do you understand if you are currently on probation or parole, your probation or parole may be revoked based on your answering a guilty plea today?
Yes.
Do you understand if you are placed on probation of any kind, you cannot violate any criminal laws of any governmental unit or any special conditions without being subject to revocation for the balance of the sentence?
Yes.
And do you understand that there were several special conditions of probation that you must adhere to, which are contained within this documentation?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to go over each of these special
This
conditions
is the
with your
important
attorney?
part.
Yes,
Will you
ma'am.
have to
And did
testify?
you also go over with your attorneys your sentencing
Will you have to
acknowledgments
testify?
regarding this plea agreement?
Yes.
And is this also your signature on this documentation with your attorney going over each of the each of the special conditions of probation?
Yes.
And did you fully understand the special conditions of probation?
Yes, ma'am.
What are those?
Ms. Hilton, can you pass that document up to the court, please?
Because he has to testify.
Did you ever review it before I continue? Did you want to review before I continue?
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
Do you understand that you are not allowed to possess or use a firearm while on probation?
Yes.
Do you understand that you are not a United States citizen? A guilty plea conviction will affect your immigration status and will result in deportation, just like a conviction at a trial would, and that this is true regardless of any advice by your attorney or anyone else?
Yes.
Do you understand that neither the courts, your attorney, nor the district attorney's office has anything to do with parole, the Department of Corrections, or the Board of Pardons and Paroles, and no one can guarantee parole no matter what anyone has told you?
Yes.
Do you understand that there may be other adverse or unfavorable consequences as a result of this guilty plea conviction, just as there would be from a conviction following a trial? For example, your guilty plea may affect your right to vote, your right to hold public office, your right to serve on a jury, your right to obtain a passport, your right to receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or the ability to obtain employment. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty to a felony, if you use, receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or use a firearm in a crime, you will be guilty of a felony, which may carry a sentence of 1 to 15 years in prison?
Yes.
Do you understand that you waive any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses, by entering a plea of guilty?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you went to trial, you have the right to a trial by jury, the right to see, hear, and confront witnesses called to testify against you, and the right to testify to remain silent and not incriminate yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up the following rights? And after each right, I'll ask you to respond. The right to trial by jury,
Yes.
the right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself,
Yes.
the right to confront witnesses against you,
Yes.
the right to assistive counsel hired by you or to court-appointed counsel if you cannot afford an attorney at the trial of your case,
Yes.
the right to presumption of innocence,
Yes.
the right to testify on your own behalf and to present other evidence,
Yes.
the right to subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence,
Yes.
the right to have the charge against you proved beyond a reasonable doubt,
Yes.
and the right to appeal if convicted of these charges after a trial.
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or promised you anything to get you to enter a guilty plea?
I did not
No.
hear that he has to
With respect
testify.
to
That's
indictment
the
22
most
SC
important thing here
183
after all of this.
572, how do you plead to the charges in that indictment?
I plead guilty.
Is this guilty plea freely and voluntarily given with a full knowledge of charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you may have only a limited right to appeal this guilty plea conviction?
Yes.
Do you understand you have 4 years from today's date to file a habeas corpus petition challenging the voluntariness and constitutionality of this guilty plea?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have 30 days in which to appeal your conviction based on your plea today?
Yes.
And do you understand that you have until the end of this term of court to file a motion seeking to withdraw your guilty plea?
Yes.
Your Honor, if this case were to go to trial, the state would expect, or if we were to continue with trial, the state would expect to show, or evidence has shown and will show, that Mr. Huey conspired with others to participate in YSL through a pattern of racketeering activity, and multiple defendants, as well as unindicted co-conspirators, have committed overt acts to further this conspiracy, to include drug sales, aggravated assault, and murder. Also, it includes posting on social media, asserting the violent nature of and the dominance of Young Slime Life, AKA YSL. Specifically, Mr. Huey himself participated in 2 robberies. He posted on social media and he engaged in text messages with his fellow co-conspirators. On April 26, 2019, Mr. Huey, along with another individual, armed robber Mr. Gawan Maynard, at an apartment complex located on Masargo Drive in the Buckhead neighborhood in Atlanta, Georgia, Fulton County. He robbed Mr. Maynard at gunpoint and pistol whipped him. Mr. Huey was wearing a very distinctive yellow jacket. He stole a ring, a necklace, a luxury wallet, and other items. He then fled the scene in a black Mustang. Portions of this robbery, Your Honor, were caught on surveillance video. After the robbery, Mr. Huey was seen on his social media account with the ring and necklace that is identical to the items that were stolen from Mr. Maynard. Additionally, on IG, on Instagram, or on social media, there were several pictures of Mr. Huey photographed next to a black Mustang. There were several pictures. Lastly, there were pictures of Mr. Huey on his social media wearing the same distinctive yellow jacket that was seen on the surveillance video. Based on that evidence, Your Honor, arrest warrants were issued for Mr. Huey. While on bond for the April 2019 armed robbery, Your Honor, on October 1st, 2020, Mr. Huey went to the apartments located at 250 Fulton Street, Atlanta, Georgia, Fulton County, to meet with Mr. Gary Holloman. Gary Holloman, who is now deceased, told law enforcement officers on the night that he was robbed that Mr. Huey, who he knew, asked to meet with him so that Mr. Holloman could give Mr. Huey money to put on another co-conspirator to Quarius Mender's books or commentary at the Fulton County Jail. Quarius Mender, who is a co-defendant and co-conspirator, is the nephew of Gary Holloman. Mr. Mender and Mr. Huey were friends or are friends. Mr. Holloman agreed to meet with Mr. Huey at the location. While at the location, Mr. Huey, along with another individual, approached Mr. Holloman. One person had an assault rifle. They took from Mr. Holloman his car and his money. They also robbed another young lady by the name of Misha Coppage. Mr. Huey and the other unidentified individual fled the scene and left. Mr. Holloman immediately called the police. When police arrived, Mr. Holloman was able to use another cell phone to track his phone. He was able to track that phone going in the direction of I-75 South, and ultimately that phone was located on Oak Drive, which is in the Cleveland Avenue area, which is the area or territory for Young Slime Line. Also, Mr. Holloman was able to show police officers the social media pages of Mr. Huey to identify him. Initially, the police marked this case as an information, and the case was not initially investigated. However, about 1 month later, Mr. Holloman went to the police headquarters, spoke with investigators. He was able to pick Mr. Huey out of the photographic lineup. Subsequently, investigator Marissa Viverito, who was formerly with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, found a jail call with Quarius Mender, Mr. Mender's mother, as well as Gary Holloman discussing the robbery and Mr. Holloman discussing what occurred to him. Arrest warrants were taken out for Mr. Huey. He was initially arrested in November of 2020. During that arrest and pursuant to a search warrant, his home was searched. In that search, they found two rifle handguns. Also, they found items belonging to an individual by the name of Chandler Durham. During that search warrant, they seized Mr. Huey's phones and pursuant to a search warrant, did a search of those phones. Upon seeing the items from Chandler Durham, investigator Viverito checked the Atlanta Police Department database to find out if there were any police reports associated with the Chandler Durham. She found a police report from March 12, 2020. In that report, Chandler Durham reported that while he was working at a music studio, his car and additional items to include a luxury bag were stolen. After finding the report, investigator Viverito went through the contents of Mr. Huey's phone, and she saw a few text messages of note. She saw a text conversation on March 12, 2020 between Jeffrey Williams and Mr. Huey. Jeffrey Williams told Mr. Huey that they needed to take that shit back. Mr. Huey denied involvement in taking the items and blamed it on another person. Mr. Williams then told Mr. Huey in this text message, if he doesn't take it back, he's going to die. Also found in Huey's cell phone were two incidents in which Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams were in conversation with each other regarding rival gang member Rashawn Bennett, aka Wife and Lucci. On January 19th, 2020, Mr. Williams sent a flyer to Huey with a performance location of Wife and Lucci. The text message read, handle that tonight, slat. Then Huey responded, slat. Your Honor, based on the state's understanding, slat means slime love all the time. Then on September 2nd, 2020, Mr. Huey sent a flyer to Mr. Williams with another performance location of Mr. Rashawn Bennett. Mr. Williams texted, flatty, handle, and stay very low. Huey's response was slat and for sure, I've been out the way. And appreciate you for everything, my brother. Never about money with me, I'm built on loyalty. Williams' response was slat, handle that, I got you.
And that implicates Mr. Williams in this. If this is actually included as a factual acknowledgement.
2021, we were able to recover another phone from Mr. Huey after he was subsequently arrested on grand jury warrants. When we did a search warrant of that phone, there was additional communication between Mr. Williams and Mr. Huey. Mr. Huey told Mr. Williams on November 14, 2021, you know I'm ready to handle the business and go sit down if I got to about any one of y'all on my mama. This text message followed information that was provided to Investigator Viverito by Kenneth Copeland. Kenneth Copeland, during an October 2021 interview, advised Investigator Viverito that he was aware of a potential plot to harm another another rival gang member, Kelvin Watts, also known as Shell Kel, at a venue, Diamonds of the Land on Northside Drive. Mr. Copeland advised that he was aware that Huey was to participate in this plot to harm Watts, and he attempted to tell Huey not to participate. Lastly, Your Honor, on February 18, 2022, while housed at the Fulton County Jail, along with Aquarius Mender, they were both housed in the same cell. There was a search of that dorm specifically, and inside of the cell, there was a shank and an illegal cell phone inside of their cell that they shared. And based on what we know from other evidence that we have, that cell phone was used to communicate with other YSL members. Your Honor, this is the evidence that we believe would have come out had we continued with trial. Given where we are, Your Honor, and the charges, we made a decision to resolve this case with Mr. Huey for the offer that was relayed earlier, Your Honor. I mean, I have a copy.
All right, and with regard to the offer, I just wanted to be clear that on counts 6 and 19, which are possession of a firearm during the commission of a crime, while this 5-page plea agreement document reflects that those are going to be served on probation, the intention of both parties is that those 2 counts be suspended.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
Yes,
and in your global sentence, it says 5 years suspended, and so I assume that that's what y'all meant by that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Mr. Matthews?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon to this honorable court, Your Honor. I'd like to begin by expressing to the court that we emphatically and categorically deny all of the recitation that's been presented by the court with respect to some of these allegations that's been laid out by the state. However, we do recognize that there are enough factual allegations in the recitation to support each and every count to which Mr. Huey is pleading this afternoon. So we do stipulate that there is enough to move forward with this plea. For those reasons, Your Honor, we are standing before this court to talk to this court about the acceptance of responsibility with respect to Mr. Marquavius Huey. Your Honor, Mr. Marquavius Huey was born in Atlanta, Georgia. He lived in the Jonesboro South community, a neighborhood project in the Atlanta community. He grew up there. He's seen a lot of things in his short 28-year life. His father was murdered in 2010, and he's been without a father for a number of years. He's been raised by his mother as a single parent. He has a number of siblings. There have been times when Mr. Huey and his mother and his family have been homeless and have lived out of a car. So he's had a very, very hard life as it relates to his upbringing. Notwithstanding that, Your Honor, he did manage to graduate from high school. Mr. Huey, Your Honor, now has 2 children. He's 28 years old. He has 2 children. He has a 5-year-old son, Your Honor. He has a 2-year-old little daughter that was born in July of 2022. He has never met or seen his daughter in person until today, as she's here in this courtroom. He recognizes that choices puts him before this court in this case. Your Honor, we are asking this court to take into consideration that he has no prior felony convictions. I've had a very long time to get to know Mr. Huey because I've been with Mr. Huey on a regular daily basis during the week since January of 2023. I've got a chance to know him. I've got a chance to work with him on his case regularly. And he wants to, when he gets out of custody, Your Honor, he wants to do a number of things, two in particular. He wants to start and become affiliated with a nonprofit organization where he can be able to talk to young children, teenagers, because he was a teenager when he lost his father, and things began to take a turn for Mr. Huey. He wants to be able to tell teenagers, young boys, young Black boys, he wants to be able to say to them, don't do what I did. And you have another way in which you can go. And he wants to be able to share his experiences in that way. I have linked Mr. Huey up with an organization called the Young Generation Movement. And I've known that nonprofit organization and the founder of that organization for a long period of time. He's also present in this courtroom. And I've linked Mr. Huey up with them so that when Mr. Huey gets out of custody, he will be able to have an organization that can mentor him, that he can align himself with, where he can begin to engage himself with anti-violence nonprofit conduct and mentoring other young people. He also, in terms of being able to earn an income, because he is now, Your Honor, if this court accepts this plea, Mr. Huey will now, for the first time, be a convicted felon. He is not first offender eligible. He wants to get his commercial driver's license, Your Honor, and he wants to get a trucking company and be able to earn a living for himself because he recognizes that it's going to be a challenge for him to be able to go out and apply for jobs and be able to get income by getting an employer to hire him. So he's going to focus and target himself to be able to fend for himself so that he can take care of his young children that he has helped to bring into this world. Your Honor, we are here before this court because it's an acceptance of responsibility. We recognize that this has been a very long, enduring trial, and we have come to a point where we have painstakingly negotiated with the state of Georgia, and we've come up with a negotiated resolution that we believe is one that is fair. We believe that is sufficient to recognize the seriousness of the charges that are before the court. And we believe it's one that will cause Mr. Huey to be able to see the light of day in a reasonable period of time. Mr. Huey has been in custody. I'd like to enter into the record, Your Honor, as Defendant's Exhibit 1 for sentencing purposes, a proof of incarceration from the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. Mr. Huey, through the computations of the various times when he was arrested on these charges and released, and from the time that he's currently been in custody to the present, he has approximately 4 years under his belt against that 9-year sentence, and that 9-year sentence is parolable. So we're going to enter that as an exhibit before the court.
All right, that'll be Defendant's Exhibit 1 to this plea hearing. And as you know, and as I'm sure you have shared with Mr. Huey, it's ultimately the Department of Corrections that calculates the time served portion of the sentence. So it'll ultimately be up to them, but I will include that as a part of my sentencing sheet as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure and honor to represent Mr. Marquavius Huey along with my son, Attorney Carlton Matthews Jr., who also would like to address the court at this time, Your Honor. So we're asking this court to accept the negotiation that has been represented to the court and Mr. C.J. Matthews.
Yes, good afternoon to this honorable court.
Good afternoon, Mr. Matthews.
I've been gracious with this opportunity to represent and serve Mr. Huey. Mr. Huey is an honorable young man. Mr. Huey does not allow his mistakes to define him, but he is remorseful, Your Honor. He has learned, grown, and became a better man during this trial. Mr. Huey will have a release date, Your Honor. And I'm confident in him that he be a working class citizen in society when he is released. We thank this honorable court and we respectfully ask this court to accept this plea on today.
All right, thank you, Mr. Matthews. Mr. Huey, I am sure that Mr. Matthews Sr. and Mr. Matthews Jr. have, I know that they have been working with you and negotiating with the state for over, I'm sure the entire course of this trial and proceeding, but very, very hard over the last week and a couple of days to get where we are right now. And I know that you know that given the severity and the number of charges that you were facing, that had you been convicted of all of those charges at trial, you were looking at the possibility of 3 consecutive life sentences, plus I think about 100 years after that. So the fact that the state is recommending jointly
Even
with
with
your
that number.
attorneys that your total sentence be 25 years with 9 of those to serve is, it's frankly remarkable, and something that you should not take for granted or take lightly at all. These are very serious charges, and I hear what both Mr. Matthews have said about the challenges facing you in your life, and I am sorry for the loss of your father. One would hope that to have anybody that they love taken from them in a violent way like murder might have an impact upon their lives that would lead them in the right direction, but it's not particularly surprising that sometimes that's not what happens and it goes in a worse direction instead. I hope that with your age and with having really been faced with the distinct possibility of spending the entirety of the rest of your life in prison, the fact that you are getting this opportunity is not going to be wasted. I hope that you appreciate what the Matthews have done to go out of their way to line up somebody to be looking out for you when you are released from prison. And I want to ask you, just like I have asked both Mr. Nichols and Mr. Ryan, is this your decision to enter this guilty plea? Because no matter what your attorney's advice is, it's ultimately up to you whether to plead guilty or continue with the trial. So is this what you want to do?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And have you had enough time to consider all of the different scenarios and to discuss everything you wanted to with your attorneys?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. I think it's very clear that this plea is to your benefit, considering the potential downside of moving forward with the continued trial. I find there to be a factual basis to this plea. I appreciate the fact that y'all have stipulated that there is a factual basis. And I find the plea to be freely, knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily entered with an understanding of the consequences, and I will accept it as such. And I will sentence in accord with the negotiated recommendation. I'm not going to read everything out again. We've thankfully got it in writing for the sentence sheet, but in accord with what was put on the record and what is reflected in this document, with a total sentence of 25 years to serve 9 in custody, balance of 14 years after that, 9 of those on probation and 5 suspended. And I'm going to impose the special conditions that you have already acknowledged and acknowledged that you would abide by. And, somebody with a high school diploma, which is more than a whole lot of people ever achieve. So you've already achieved and proven that you can achieve good things, and who is only 28 years old, and who can really look down and already see the light of day for a release date. You need to make sure that during your time incarcerated that you don't pull any of the kind of thing that you have been, that you actually are pleading guilty to at least some of by having contraband or in any other way getting in trouble, because that's not going to bode well. I am going to recommend a transition program for you. I know that there's a lot of different job training available in our correction system, so I hope that you take advantage of that. And whether it's a commercial driver's license or whether you find something else that you want to do while you're in there, be making good use of your time while you're in there and furthering yourself. And you have had a fine example next to you for the past 2 years of what somebody can do with their lives. So don't forget about that, and be the father that you need to be and that you ought to be to your very young children. They're still going to be very young when you get out. And please make sure that you abide by all your probationary conditions, because if you don't, then you're going to be back to see me. And because I recognize how much of a break you are getting right now, I'm probably not going to be as lenient if you come back before me again, because you are getting a huge opportunity to turn your life around. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
All right. So that's the sentence of the court. And I want to wish you good luck and good fortune. You can get through the next few years, and then you can have the rest of your life to do good work with.
Can you address the court?
Yes. I should have asked that. I'm sorry.
That's okay, Judge. Thank you.
I want to thank the court and thank God. And I want to apologize to my kids, my family, and everybody who done supported me in this stressful process. And, I plan to do my time, come back, be a better man.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. All right, let's take a recess.
Okay, so they are planning to come back. That's interesting. There's a I'm going to bring up Target Daly's calculation here. Count 1, RICO, 20 years to serve 9. Armed robbery reduced to robbery, 20 years to serve 9 concurrent. Count 4, aggravated assault, 20 years to serve 9 concurrent. Aggravated assault, count 5, dismissed. Count 6, possession of firearm, 6 years concurrent. Count 7, same as 6, dismissed. Count 14, armed robbery reduced to robbery, 20 years reduced to 9 concurrent. Count 15 is same as 14. Count 16, dismissed. Count 17, merged with count 15, same sentence. Count 18, dismissed. Count 19, possession of firearm in felony, 5 years consecutive, but emerged. Consecutive, but merged with count 6 and suspended. Count 20, dismissed. Count 21, 5 years consecutive. Count 22 and 23, dismissed. Count 24, possession of fire weapon by inmate, consecutive. Count 45 and 46, dismissed. Yeah, he was facing 3 full life sentences plus 100 years. And he got 9 plus 9 with 5 years suspended. And yeah, we don't know how much time he get credited, but my assumption here is he only gets time served for the time he spent in jail for this, which is since May of 2022. Now we are waiting for the recess to be over. Well, of the 3 plea deals, I believe Quay number 1 got the best one in number of years. 7 time served, minus, well, more or less 2.5 years. Brings it out to 4.5 years. And yeah, he might serve. I've seen numbers between 2.5 to 3.5 years. So 2.5 years plus 20 years probation. That's a really, really long time. I hope he makes it. Leroy, 10 years. No probation because he's currently serving life. That might be readdressed if his appeal is successful. But either way, if that will be time served as well, depending on when the appeal goes through and everything. So yeah. And now finally 9 + 9. And I did not see anybody forced to be testifying, but with Quay number 2, there's really no need to. They have the plea agreements. And if he acknowledged the factual things in it, that is the bad thing for the rest of them. But then again, how on earth is this trial going to continue? How? I have absolutely no clue on how the judge will ever be able to make a jury instruction ignoring that 3 defendants are gone. I have no idea. For me, it's an impossible task. We might be, because it is now, what time is it? Is it 5 p.m.? What time is it in Atlanta now? It's 10 p.m. here, minus 5. 5 p.m. And it's the only recess. I don't know what she's going to say. But if they are going through with the jury instructions, I think there will be a new motion for mistrial. But I don't see maybe cumulative mistrial. This is wild speculations for me now, because how is she going to explain this to the jury? That 3 defendants are gone, you have to ignore everything that is said about them except what's in the plea deal. And the plea deals has to be entered by the prosecution. They have to lay a foundation for it. My instinct says mistrial with prejudice and they start over. But then they have a time limit because Mr. Williams still has his speedy trial. The others don't. Which means they have to bring this within 2 months. The jury has to be sworn in and seated. Yeah, she could still rule mistrial, as Joey's first fan says. She could still rule mistrial because it hasn't been litigated yet. We don't know. First of all, one thing that the rest can argue is that all of these plea deals are immensely prejudicial against them. And they have had basically no time to prepare for it. None. How are they going to make a completely new defense when 3 of the defendants are gone with plea deals? How do you defend against that? I don't know. I wish I knew. I wish I knew more. I wish I could give you some more, but I don't think anybody at this point in time knows what the F is going to happen now. My instinct says she kind of has to declare a mistrial because there's no way to defend. I mean, it's too prejudicial at this point in time against the rest of them. And again, we know that, well, we heard that, or at least I heard and saw that representatives of Mr. Williams' record label has been seen around the courtroom. So there might be mistrial followed by bond hearings. I have no idea. The nutty brunette asks, Nick, hypothetically, how would you advise Jeffrey Williams? He's been in there this long. He has seen the absolute garbage the state's case is. And knowing that the prosecution, they are mentally unable to try a case without misconduct, without lying and cheating, my advice would be let them try. No Kurosan. Short recap. We now have 3 plea deals. 3 of the defendants, both Quays and Lil Rod, have pled out. And none of them, to my knowledge, can be forced to testify. And for Lil Rod, he got 10 years. And those 10 years are, well, he's already serving life, so it doesn't really matter unless his appeal is successful. For Quay number 1, sweetheart deal, with the fact that Mr. Harvey could take the prosecution with surprise and only acknowledged 2 counts of drug distribution and nothing else. That luxury did not Quay number 2 have. He had a lot of charges. He was facing 3 life sentences plus 100 years. And he got 9 plus 9. 9 plus 9. And the factual acknowledgement that was made within those plea deals, those will be the most challenging for the rest of them. So yeah, we are left now with Mr. Shard and his client, Mr. Steele, his client, and Mr. Weinstein, his client. The one I suspect has a better shot now is Mr. Weinstein at trial. Because without those 3, there's not much left for Weinstein's client. Stillwell, still up for murder. Mr. Williams, well, there still isn't anything in this trial so far that points to him being a leader of a gang. John Schoen, the judge has a good excuse to declare a mistrial without prejudice now. Can the last 3 decline if she does it? No, I don't think so. It's up to the judges. It's on the judge's discretion. No Kurosan. So all the defense lawyers don't like, have not gotten a deal yet. Yeah. I don't know what's going on from now on. I assume there has been plea negotiations all the time, but that Williams have more or less told them to get wrecked. And yeah, Noker is saying, but can the judge declare mistrial without anybody asking for it? Yes, she can. If there is enough foundation, yes, she can. Because half of the defendants are gone. It is extremely prejudicial to the rest of them that 3 has taken plea deals. Extremely prejudicial. And that has to be immensely litigated, in my opinion. It has to be that they, as of now, they have had no time to prepare. They have had focus on 11 months of trial and that kind of defense. This new defense is completely different. It's still the same charges. Maybe the state has to remove a bunch of them. I don't know. Derek Crossan, why didn't he deny it? Because he got 9 + 9. He was facing 3 life sentences. He would never be outside of a prison if convicted. Never. And you can't blame him. He has to think. None of the people who took plea deals are to blame for this. It is everything here is on the prosecution. The way they charged everything is, in my opinion, extortion. They completely overcharged everything, made absolutely ridiculous statements and evidence, called witnesses that were lying, called dirty cops, corrupt cops. It should have been a mistrial long ago. It should have been. But I don't blame them for taking deals. I really don't. Because they saw with Judge Whittaker that she's not going to declare a mistrial with prejudice. That was never going to happen. Never. Maybe mistrial without prejudice. What are you doing, Dawn Cram? She said they were coming back. Let's see what Kathy Rossi says. She says, unclear what's going to happen now. But that's weird. Let's see what 11 Alive has up. Or if they are closed down as well. No, they are still at the... What's going on? Why? They can't have that. They have had that on all this time? No? Oh, they put that up, and then they talked, and then this. And now coverage will begin shortly. So I guess we are waiting. If they will actually come back. Or if we are done for today. Again, your guess is as good as mine if they come back. So I'm checking X. Thugger. Nothing new there. Kathy Russon. Nothing new there. Just they took a break after Hugh's plea. Unclear what else is going to happen today. Yeah, I don't know. But I still have all the live streams going. All the live streams going. Casper, Halloween will inspire a Halloween theme on Friday's live stream. Oh, yes, it will. And for you who just joined, Friday panel show will be me, Catnot Williams. I got confirmation from Empress Fox and probably from Doug Weinstein. Kat said the same thing. So that she has no clue what's going on. Yeah, I mean, you can't blame any of these three to taking the deals. They were facing a number of years, and for Little Rod, it was important to not acknowledge the murder because he is on appeal. Everything else he can handle later. His main focus is getting rid of that life sentence for murder, which, listening to the testimony about it, how the frick was that trial allowed to happen? How was that trial allowed to happen? I don't know. But okay. Law and Crime is out. Let's see here. 11 Alive. Okay, so Law and Crime ended. Let's see if she has. Yep. We are done for today. Back 9:30 in the morning. More, please. I have no idea. Your all guesses are as good as mine. Tomorrow I will do my absolute best to be home as early as possible. But we already have our turn back the clock an hour. You have yours on Sunday. So I'm only 5 hours ahead of you, which means I can work from more or less 6:30 to 2:30. But then I have to get home as well. And according to this, they are back tomorrow morning at exactly 2:30. I will. Little Rod, Nick, I believe you said that testimony from this trial can be used in Little Rod's appeal. I hope so. I hope so. At least it can be used going forward to discredit the witnesses. This appeal, if it is accordingly to most first level of appeal, is if it was judicial misconduct involved. And I heard something about in that trial, they were referencing his silence. And you can't do that. You can never reference a defendant's silence and hold it against him. So going forward, yes, they can use whatever happened in this trial. But maybe not in the first appeal. We don't know. I'm not sure. Jersey Gens, so they are not coming back. 3 of the defendants are gone from this trial. 3 remaining. Mr. Shard's client, Mr. Steele's client, and Mr. Weinstein's client. They are still in it. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. I don't know how the trial can continue because these 3 plea deals after 11 months, in my opinion, are too prejudicial at this point in time. Too prejudicial. But 3 plea deals, 1 yesterday, 2 today. What will tomorrow bring? I don't know. She might just rule that. Yep. We're continuing. Yeah, because they might draw the conclusion that the state just let them go, but I don't believe the state will do that. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. So, 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. I will try to get back as soon as possible, but probably won't. I think I can start as 10:30 at the absolute earliest a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Remember, Friday panel show with me, Catnot Williams, Empress Fox, and probably Doug Weinstein. And maybe some more guests. And the topics, well, plea deals, I assume, or whatever happens tomorrow and on Friday. Heard on Catnot Williams' channel this morning, Doug was going to make a motion for mistrial again. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised if that happens. I don't know. And since I do have conversations sometimes with Doug Weinstein, I wouldn't tell you either. And he wouldn't, because he wouldn't tell me, and I won't tell you. All right. 5 hours and 16 minutes. Most of it was waiting. Folks, it is 10:16 p.m. my time. My alarm bell goes off at 4:30 a.m. my time. I need to catch some sleep. And yeah, folks, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to do this. Thank you to all of you who were here at the beginning. Thank you to everybody who joined along the way. I told you guys I'm covering this gavel to gavel, and I tend to keep that promise. See you again tomorrow, and folks, hug your family. Unless your family is crap, then screw them and give your love to the people who deserve it. Right? See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Defending the voiceless, the wrongly accused, facing a foe whose motives are abused. In the courtroom battlefield, they'll stand tall, unveiling corruption, they'll conquer it all. Against the corrupt prosecutors' wrath.